місті, бути в добрині нам готовності. Як співала одна дівчина, коли ти в армію йдеш, то не кохай дівчину. Коли ти в армію йдеш, не ламай калину. З армії прийдеш, будеш дівчину шукати, будеш щастя віддавати, а поки голови не крути, не задурюй. Причому, кажуть, на нашій землі, коли козаки панували, коли славу здобували, не боялись нікого, ні чертів, ні схід, ні захід, ні північ, ні південь. Але була одна така жива істота, дивна, яка могла козака перемогти без зброї. Це богиня. Дівчата, які просто своїми очима дивились на козаків, то в нас вдихали, проводжали своїм поглядом. І після того козак просто пропадав. Не міг спати, не міг їсти, втрачав вагу. Козаки питали, що трапилося, чи хтось на тебе погано подивився. А потім розуміли, що то просто козак влюбився. Або його на війну треба було забрати, або козак йшов до хутора, знаходив добрі слова, шукав прикраси і йшов залицятися до гарної дівчини, для того, щоб козацький род не зникав, для того, щоб пташки співали, для того, щоб природа дарувала все, що вона має.
Засвіт стали, козаченьки похід стало ночі. Заплакала Марусенька свої ясні очі. Заплакала Марусенька свої ясні очі. Не плач, не плач, Марусенька, не плач, не журися, краще за соломило, батьковичному молися, краще за соломило, Богу помолися. Світить місяць над водою, а сонця немає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно проводжає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно проводжає. Іди, мій синочку, іди, не варися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. Ой, хто знає, рідна дитина, прийми ж мою Марусеньку, як рідна дитина, як рідна дитина. Ой, рад би ж я, Марусенько, ще раніше взяти, та чи ж будеш вона ж мене, синку, шанувати, синку, шанувати. Не плач, не плач, не журиться, хто не впадайте, заграбники, вороники, назад сподівайтесь. Ой, прилучку, прилучку, при широкім полі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі. Ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою, ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою. Ой, лети, мій коню, та й вихрем несися, проти милої двора, станом становися, проти милої двора, станом становися. Не плач, Марусенька, не плач, не журися, краще за свого милого Богу помолися, краще за свого милого вишньому молися. Без благословіння матері та батька козак ніколи не ступав і кроку. Тому шануйте батьків своїх. Де б вони не були, що б вони не робили, то не ваша справа, то ваша доля. Але батьки від Бога. І біля їхніх стіп двері до раю. Тож будьте з собою, будьте людьми, і буде у вас все гаразд. Батько нас ніколи не полишає. Козацьке слово даю. Най буде.
Hello, hello, hello. It is Tuesday, 6:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3:54 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and 1:54 a.m. here in the Kiev area. Now, as I was coming over to the Kiev bunker studio, where I am located currently, there was an air alert going off in the area, and I could hear explosions not too far from where I am in Kiev. I will not say exactly how far because, you know, I'm sure somebody, if they really wanted to be neat about it, could try to use that to calculate the circumference of where Dylan resides. And so point is, I could hear impacts, and the Russians are bombing the city tonight. But that's becoming more and more typical, and the scale of these attacks are getting larger and larger, generally speaking. And I still think, as I keep saying, that we're going to hit over 1,000 Russian drones in one night before the end of the year. I would not be surprised if we saw that this November or December, as we've already seen them continue to break records. Ceasefire violation, 2 millionth. Look, okay. We don't even have the ceasefire counter anymore. But some of you might have forgotten, but when Trump first got into office, and he was just kind of waddling in, thinking he could like snap his fingers and peace would descend upon the land. At that period, there were actually multiple ceasefires where the administration, eager to announce a success, came out and announced two ceasefires. A civilian ceasefire, meaning the Russians had agreed to not target any more civilian infrastructure, and B, an energy ceasefire, meaning the Russians had agreed not to target any energy infrastructure. Now, the problem with the civilian ceasefire is the Russians did not acknowledge it in public, meaning that the United States said the Russians agreed to a civilian ceasefire, and then the Russians just were quiet. They didn't announce if they agreed to anything. The press didn't like get any big announcement from them on that end, and they continued bombing as they were before. So maybe they said in private, like, sure, we won't bomb civilians, and then continue to do what they've been doing. And we just saw the goat grandmother of Kherson got killed by a Russian drone pilot. So I mean, they certainly don't have a strong penal culture around it within the Kherson drone pilots, or with the drone pilots that killed the van drivers up in Sumy, or with the bombing of the Ukrainian Children's Hospital. Point is, things have not really chilled. Things have not really chilled. So the civilian ceasefire never, ever occurred. The Russians never acknowledged it. The second one, the energy ceasefire, the Russians did acknowledge that, but then immediately violated it within an hour, causing outages in regions across Ukraine within an hour of it being publicly announced. So yes, there were ceasefires. They were just so brief, and the moment to spot them, I mean, it was like spotting a shooting star. It was only for but a moment the guns ceased firing because they were reloading. But I mean, hey, they ceased firing. I mean, again, reloading, but they ceased firing. That's not something you need to really dwell upon. Is it true that Ukraine is currently having planes loaded with Storm Shadow missiles in the air towards Russia? Yeah, there's one right outside of Moscow right now. Right now. I mean, what do you? How would I know? You mean right now? Is it true that Ukraine has bombed Russia with Storm Shadow missiles? Yes. There was a recent big strike that the Ukrainian armed forces even announced and publicized, where they battered Russia with Storm Shadow missiles. That is true. Whether or not there is any association between that and that happening right now, I have no clue. There's not like they clear it would be. Dylan Burns, can we go forward with that strike? No, I'm not live yet. I want to cover it. Don't you understand the content game, sir? Don't you know what the war is truly about? You thought the war was about Ukrainian independence, you fool. Fool, you don't understand. This is War Tourism Incorporated. Okay. Let's actually start with that strike. Let's do that, actually. Somebody brought it up, so. If you order a hamburger, do you expect cheese to be on it? I would order a cheeseburger. If I saw cheeseburger and hamburger, I'd order cheeseburger. But if there was only hamburger and there was nothing else, and I ordered the cheeseburger, I mean, if I ordered that hamburger, I would expect there to be cheese. Maybe that's just because I'm a Yankee and I'm pampered. I think that would probably be it. I'm a pampered Yankoid. Pampered Yankoid. Anyway, here is the announcement of a successful Storm Shadow strike. For those of you who do not know, the Storm Shadow is a British-made American tech, meaning it's based off of American and British tech, but it's a British missile. It's produced in the United Kingdom that has been provided to Ukraine in aid packages. And Ukraine has then used those missiles against targets both inside of Ukraine itself, but even inside of Russia on multiple occasions. Late during the Biden administration, the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer's government, went ahead with the idea of, advancing Storm Shadow strikes, advancing long-range strikes. And maybe this should have been done much sooner, say like 2022. But there was a real feeling out process that the Biden administration and also the Keir Starmer administration went through with. They wanted to go and put out these feelers because they were genuinely afraid, at least all reports seem to indicate, genuinely afraid of an atomic response. And so they slowly built up into that position. And I also think that somebody like Jake Sullivan, understanding he's in the president's ear, he's somebody who wants wiggle room, and long-range strikes, I think for them, felt like escalatory wiggle room. But because we wanted that escalatory wiggle room and we wanted that feeling out process, the head start we could have gotten on it, we did not get. I mean, how much that would have contributed, probably significantly, especially early on, complicating the Russian invasion. But you would still need to train the Ukrainians on those systems, and you would still have a problem if the war continued of supply, the same problem we have right now. Are you okay, Dylan? Seems like left bank had been hit half an hour ago. Am I okay? No, they got me. I'm live, man. What do you, are you okay, Dylan? No, you know what? Now that you mention it, I didn't check in, but I think I'm dead. I should end the stream. Yeah, no, I'm okay. 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 Dylan, are you okay? I remember a story my grandmother told me, or somebody told me about my grandmother. My grandmother, of course, loves me very much. And she knows that I'm over here. And of course, it worries her to death. And she saw something on TV about Ukraine and something about somewhere in Ukraine being bombed. Now, I don't even know if I think it was Kiev. I don't even know if it was in the city. I was probably in the countryside, like not even anywhere near the strikes. I might have even been out east. And just the headline at that moment in her life, she was like, "Oh my God, I bet I could go there and get him." Now, mind you, if she came here and I didn't want to leave, I would just disappear somewhere, and that would be that, right? And eventually, she would go. But the fact that it had gotten to that point, it's a very sweet story. Cheeseburger pizza is so good. That's disgusting, Ellsworth. That's disgusting. There's a million things you could have said in my chat. But saying that, no. Zombie Dylan? Am I a zombie? I had no clue. Okay, so back to the successful strike. On October 21st, October 2025, the Air Force of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, in coordination with the land forces and Navy and other units of the Defense Force of Ukraine, struck the Bryansk chemical plant. Now, here is the summary from their Telegram channel, so we're not just Twitteroids, okay? The Defense Force of Ukraine continue to strike strategic facilities of the military-industrial complex, the territory of the Russian Federation, thereby weakening the offensive potential of the aggressor state. On October 21st, 2025, the Armed Forces of Ukraine did a strike on the Bryansk chemical plant. A massive combined missile and air strike was carried out, including the use of air-launched Storm Shadow missiles, which successfully penetrated the Russian air defense system. The outcome of the strike is being assessed. The Bryansk chemical plant is a key facility of the aggressor state's military-industrial complex. The plant produces gunpowder, explosives, and rocket fuel components used in ammunition and missiles employed by the enemy to shell the territory of Ukraine. And we are grateful to our partners for the continued support of Ukraine in resisting the Russian invaders. To be continued. Glory to Ukraine. Now, this is interesting for a bunch of reasons. It's interesting on one part because, hey, this is a chemical plant. This is the chemicals that are necessary to propel munitions. If you want to get a shell from point A to point B, an explosive from a man who fires a cannon to the target the cannon is firing at, you're going to need these types of factories to produce those components. One of the big choke holds, one of the big problems in the Ukrainian defense economy was propellant, was gunpowder, was what actually, it wasn't never steel. You know, it's not, oh, we didn't have enough steel. It was always what gets the shell from point A to point B. And if you're able to take that out, you can have some explosive material, you can have some shell components, but if you don't have the propellant, if you don't have a specific part of the chain, you have that one node outside of the chain not there, then the entire process can be thrown out of whack, especially if you have entire sections of military industry dependent upon that. And so the Ukrainians taking the time to target these chemical factories, I think, is important for that front. But on the other front, I think the more immediately important front is the fact that this was done with a Storm Shadow missile. Now, we had seen the Ukrainians engage in this massive drone campaign with massively expanding drone production in Ukraine, allowing them to throw more and more and more and more and more of these drones at major targets across Russia, including their oil refineries, elements of their defense industry. We've seen the energy sector get targeted relentlessly. But when it came to missiles, we had seen some before of Western missiles getting launched, but we had not seen a lot recently. And we had seen maybe a few instances of the Flamingo, but it all, as of right now, could be fucking smoke and mirrors. And I'm not saying that because I'm like, I short stocked the fucking Firepoint, and I want to see that Ukrainian defense company fail, which would be terrible considering how many eggs in one basket the Ukrainian government has put in the defense company Firepoint, which up until like a year ago didn't even have a public facing website and is now holding up the hopes and dreams of liberty loving Ukrainians through the Flamingo missile program that they continue to boast of massive production amounts, which 8 missiles a month to like 20 missiles a month. It doesn't sound that significant. It is significant considering where Ukraine was. And if you're talking about something like anywhere near 20 missiles a month or more than 20 missiles a month, which is where they're talking about getting towards by the end of this year, if that was true, they would be producing like the levels of what Russia can produce. And so, you're putting a lot of hope in Firepoint. But up until Firepoint can actually deliver on these things, they've delivered on a lot of these drones, but until they can deliver on that, the Ukrainians don't have missiles that can readily penetrate Russian air defense systems. The drones have done good enough to both increase in quantity, and quantity is a quality of its own, as well as the quality of the accuracy. It's not that these drones have gotten larger payloads. It's not that these drones have been loaded up with more explosive. It's that they've gotten more accurate, and so they're hitting the most vulnerable parts of these oil refineries, causing Russia to stop its gasoline exports, suspending it to try to stabilize the domestic market. It's not just that. It's the quantity. It's the quantity, which is the quality of itself, as well as the quality of the accuracy. But they don't have the penetrative missiles in order to both overwhelm the air defense systems through the amount of drones, but then penetrate to deliver the real explosive punch that makes it so, buddy, you're going to need more than a 1 to 2 week repair to fix this. You're going to need months and months of repairs, and those repairs are going to be more expensive than ever, and they're going to include components that you need to imports that are going to be sanctioned, meaning you're going to have to find workarounds, or if you can't find workarounds, you're going to have to find ways to pay exorbitant amounts of money. And even if you go through that entire process, by the end of it, by the end of the labor cost, by the end of the cost of the repairs, by the cost of the economy of it being down, you could do the whole thing only to have it blown up a few days later. This is the problem of the late war German energy economy, where they would try to have these synthetic oil factories, these synthetic energy factory, these synthetic fuel factories that are trying to keep the Russian war machine, the German war machine afloat, considering it didn't get the fields of fuel that they needed out in the Caucasus. But it was already, a fool's errand. But it became worse when the Allied bombing campaign knocked it out. And it wasn't just that we knocked it out. It was that every single time they tried to rebuild it, we knocked it out again. We knocked it out again. And so if the Ukrainians didn't only have the quantity of drones to overwhelm the air defense systems, which are stretched across the largest country on the planet, while bleeding out those air defense systems, both in Ukraine, on the front line, and on the outer parts of Ukraine that have been occupied, like in Crimea, which we're seeing like some of these radar systems, some of these air defense systems getting yoinked by some of the coastal drones that Ukraine has at their disposal, which in some areas have gotten probably a lot of hype, maybe too much hype. For example, the Sea Babies have gotten maybe too much hype. And then you have, even though there's a use to the patrols that they engage in, for the SBU, but the bigger bang in the buck has been in the GUR drones with military intelligence drones. These are the ones strapped with explosive that have rammed into ships and have really crippled the Black Sea fleet. But they don't get the same recognition, probably in large part because they don't have a fun name like Sea Baby. It would probably be helpful if they had a fun name like Sea Baby. Maybe they just need like Sea Witch. Ukrainians love their witch folklore. They do. But the other big interesting part about this strike is that the Storm Shadow has American components. And by the way, I see Freems in chat. See you, buddy. The Storm Shadow has American components. And if you've been watching this channel for a bit, you would know that since it has American components, the way the United States works with these technology sharing programs when it comes to military tech is that if it has any American components, okay, if the screws are American, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if it has any American components, we have to give an okay when it comes to its export to other countries. And this has been extended into these strikes, meaning that we at any point could tell the United Kingdom, we don't like those strikes, Sam I Am. I wouldn't like them in a house. I would not like them next to a mouse. But the point is, if we say no, then it's no. If we say yes, then it's yes. And we've seen probably the most clear use of this by this administration through Pete Hegseth having a system where he can personally intervene in strikes depending upon what the administration would say is risk potential, i.e., hey, this strike here has too much escalatory potential. You know, we don't want to have World War III, versus what is like militarily significant and useful. Of course, whether or not Pete Hegseth is qualified to make that determination or is really judging each individual strike based off that determination, considering Pete Hegseth is the same man who tried to undercut aid to Ukraine on multiple occasions, going through with it on twice, even though he tried to do it like 4 times, even though this was done under the nose of Donald Trump, after Donald Trump's entourage and all of his supporters made a big point of, oh, he's not going to be undermined like in the last administration. Oh, all those people like Barr and the rest of them, John Bolton and the generals and such, all these gaggle of clowns, these establishment elites, the swamp, they undermined him. Now they're gonna have to listen to Trump. Trump's gonna have people who under him who are loyal, and then Pete Hegseth does this. And then Pete Hegseth does this. But the point is, if the Storm Shadow did this strike, and it happened on October 21st, like they said, within the last 24 hours, what does that tell you? That tells you that the United States, understanding that there's American components in these British missiles, would have had to been generally okay with this. Do we think it's possible? And I think it's very possible. In fact, this is what I'm suggesting to you right now. That the American government, after recent events when it comes to the Budapest summit and the inability to move forward, after flip-flopping from Ukraine's going to win to, hey, let's tell Zelensky to withdraw from the Donetsk region in a private meeting, now flip-flopping back to, wait, now the Russians don't even want to have a Budapest summit where they can talk about freezing the line, which was our original demand. Well, I guess we'll be okay with this strike. I mean, we haven't really moved around on the position of long-range strikes significantly here. We're still not getting the quantity of missiles that will be necessary to actually force a faster end to the war if you are viewing this from the longer range, cripple the Russian war machine viewpoint from the Ukrainian side. We still aren't anywhere close to that. I mean, we heard about the preliminary discussions about Tomahawks. I continue to say on this channel, and I said this when it first came around, I don't think we're going to end up providing Tomahawks over to the Ukrainians. Not just because of quantity, because I think some people meander around the problem of quantity a little bit too much. For me, it's not the quantity. If we can give Argentina $20 billion out of the $220 billion fund that the Treasury has at its disposal, completely going around Congress, then we can give Ukraine 100 Tomahawk missiles out of our supply of 4,500 Tomahawk missiles. Hell, we could give them more than 100. But the numbers I would throw out would probably emphasize how I believe it's of importance to us versus how Elbridge Colby thinks it's of importance to us, which is basically not at all. So I don't think it's a question of quantity. I think it's a question of the munitions systems being necessary to launch it. As in, the Ukrainians are not going to launch it from the sea. I don't think that really makes much sense. They would want to launch it from the ground, and there's not really a lot of ground-based systems to launch it. There are some that are available, but there's like half a dozen of them. Well, no, there's about like a dozen of them, maybe. And the army wants all of them. So I don't think they're going to be that willing to give it up. I always thought it would be another Cold War era missile system, that it would not end up being the Tomahawk, that it would want the Tomahawk, and then the Trump administration would probably compromise on some supply of other missiles if they didn't go with the Tomahawk and actually get the army to give up one or two of those launchers, which they could do. And considering the wretch the Ukrainian armed forces had was legendary. Those who followed the war day by day will remember how long it took for the Russians to actually take out a HIMARS system. Oh my goodness, it took time. It was like over a year before we saw one of those things get a scrap. I think there was a few close calls, but when we're talking about confirmed losses, it was, I think, well over a year. Well over a year. And they were using those things, and they were tearing up Russian positions, and they were tearing up Russian supply depots. They actually forced the Russians to move their supply depots back. And you have something like this unleashed on the Russian energy system right now, you would speed up the Russian energy crisis. You could do it overnight. And over a month, damage would be felt throughout the entire country. There are no BGM 109 tells anymore. It would have been a canceled X4 based system the Marines had a few years ago, or a new X Mavs. Look, there's a few. I'm sure they could put something together. I'm sure they could put some ground launch system together. But you having to go into all the detail just shows it's not as simple as it was for the ATACMS. It's not as simple as it is for, we have a bunch of 155 millimeter artillery. Let's give them an M7777 howitzer. We have a system for that, right? Because we've actually found ourselves in a situation where, yes, we all have NATO standard artillery, meaning it's 155 millimeter artillery shells, but not all of them work in all of the 155 millimeter artillery guns. So, in some of these instances, it makes sense to send guns with the artillery, but we had plenty. It's not the same when it comes to this type of launcher. If Dylan says, is Dylan saying the Ukraine will soon be defeated? I love that sentence. Is Dylan saying the Ukraine will soon be defeated? The Ukraine. Knows Dylan is not saying that the Ukrainians will soon be defeated. I disagree. Okay. So, before we get into the pivot into why Donald Trump would have been okay with this in this moment, considering the craziness that we missed with the Zelensky Donald Trump meeting, and then the leaks, and then the foreknowledge that came out of exactly what the discussion was like, and the Putin call, and then the Budapest summit. There was going to be a second in-person summit after the first one got us nowhere, and now we're out of it, and now there's missile strikes getting approved. I mean, it's all over the place. Before we do that, I want to talk about what we're doing for the moment. So I did not stream basically at all last week. I streamed on Friday, not to stream any other day. I talked about doing some makeup days on the weekend. That didn't end up happening, and we ended up missing Monday. So there's a few things going on. The first thing is I have quite a lot of backroom production work that I'm doing. So I'm doing that all day. And then at nighttime, stream comes around, and to be quite frank, I'm very tired. And I'll be like, oh, I'll take a 30-minute nap. And then I'll wake up and I'm like, oh, that was all of stream gone. And so the backroom production work is we're working to release the Pokrov's documentary on November 1st. We're gonna make that date. The last cut is in production right now, meaning that we're working on getting the last version of it done in the next few days. So that's going to be well in advance of the release date. And so that means we have plenty of time to work on everything else around it, thumbnail, some, promotional material, stuff like that. But at the same time, I'm filming the Konstantinivka documentary, the ending to that. I still have to film the ending to that. I'm going to be going back towards Konstantinivka because there's one or two more embeds that I'm thinking I could do to just make it just a little bit more better. A little bit better. A little bit more better. A little bit better. And at the same time, I'm also filming the end to a different documentary, my largest documentary, which is over 2 years of filming. Mind you, the Pokrov's one was over 1 year of filming. So that's a lot of backroom production stuff. And I also just released an article with Offbeat Research. I hope you guys all checked it out. It's off offbeatresearch.com. That's OFFBEAT.com. It is a article on the future of drone-based warfare and how it's going to be used to not only do tons and tons of strike missions, but logistics and how that makes the front line more flexible. So you can check that at offbeatresearch.com. So that's a bunch of backroom production stuff. Was it canceled? Was what canceled? Was what canceled? You can't just say, was it canceled? Whatever it was, no, was not canceled. Keep going. The wedding was not called off. Anyway, so I have the documentary still being released on November 1st, so I'm working on all that. It's not just that, though. I'm going back and forth to the front very, very frequently this time. The way that it used to work for my frontline embeds was I would do one embed every month, right? So the idea was I'd have a few weeks to stream, and I'd have a week to go to the front. This time, I've taken a different approach. This time, I've decided that I'm going to go to the front every other week, meaning that I have a week at the front, and then I have a week away from the front. And so then I have a week at the front again, and I have a week away from the front. Now, sometimes it's 3 days, sometimes it's 4 days, sometimes it's 5 or 6. But it's usually something around at least 4 days. Something along those lines. So that, on top of all of these documentaries, on top of the article, on top of all the backroom production work, and when I say frontline, I don't mean like, hey, I am in Dnipro at like a doggy kennel, like looking after aid puppers. No, I mean I'm with Azov on the Konstantinivka axis, or I'm with like the 59th near Utachine, or I'm going to Kherson, or I'm doing something along those lines. Because the whole point is the film, with where the war is. So it's just that it's been a lot. It's been a lot stacked on top of a lot stacked on top of a lot. So it's just been very difficult for me to keep 5 days a week. And so me and my editor have been talking about what we can do to try to make it so that we can stream more consistently again. Try to balance me going to the front line every other week with my streaming schedule, which is the only way I can fund the work that I'm very passionate about. This is the only way that I can do it. I found no other way I can do it. I don't think I'm a good tap dancer. I don't think singing's in the cards. And I can't juggle. I'm not a good carny. I can't play a good card trick. And I'm not a pool hustler like my father. So, this is what I figured out that I could do. So I got to figure out how to balance it out. And we've discussed possibly streaming at an earlier time. So I'm not streaming at 1 a.m., which is usually the time that I'm, getting to my office and trying to started to get work done. I think it might make more sense to start at an earlier time. Um, Danabo even was talking about in the mornings. Now, I don't know how I feel really about doing only in the mornings. Something that I thought about was doing my news coverage and all of that stuff in the morning. And then if I ever book a debate, if I ever book a conversation, book somebody for the show, I can have that later on at nighttime. Thought that could be interesting. That would also mean I would have the rest of the day ahead of me. Now that would mean I need to wake up early and like read the paper, get a coffee. I'd have to change up my schedule. But to be frank, I grew up in a household where my grandfather did that every day, and I could have that rub off on me a bit. And I do think it is a little bit better than staying up till 8 a.m. and sleeping till 2 p.m. Stream when I'm at work, please. I'm day shift. Gotcha. I'm day shift. Plus, I could get more Eurocucks. I stream at like 2 a.m. for the Europeans. And that means many of you go to sleep. Many of the Europeans go to sleep. All the Ukrainians are asleep unless there's like an air raid, and then they tune in. You say you're not good at juggling, but here you are, Dylan. Well, no, exactly. Exactly. It's just difficult to balance it all. It's difficult to balance it all. Cause like I remember at one point when the worst it ever was, it'll never get worse than fucking Balaklia. When I was in Balaklia with those demining crews, I was filming 10 hours a day. Then I'd have to drink for those dudes. Oh my God. And then after the drinking, you'd come back and then you would, I would stream for somehow 3 hours, 4 hours, and then get 3 hours sleep, if that, then head out and do it all again. I did that for a month. I felt like I had died. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's unhealthy AF. Really? Is it, Kazim? I had no clue. Really? I thought the fact that my body wanted to not be, just not even exist. I thought that was a sign that things were good. Thank you. I appreciate that. What were they drinking? Just some fucking terrible bathtub made liquor. Always just that fucking garbage. It's always something that somebody is saying, oh, it's all, it's all made in the beauty of the Carpathian Mountains. I'm from Western Ukraine. We make that good stuff over there. And it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't like take your fucking liquor and you run it down the mountainside and have the green moss of the beautiful fields of the steppe or whatever filter through the liquor. That's not how you make it. You pour that garbage into a bathtub, and whether that bathtub is located in the Carpathians or Volyn or fucking Pokrovsk, it doesn't matter. It's still a bathtub. Still just a bathtub. Anyway. So I have a little bit of a busy schedule. And tomorrow, I am going to be headed back to the front. I'm sorry.
A curd is a curd.
Again, I apologize for... I'm sorry for the hectic schedule. And the fact that this might be the only stream this week. Maybe I'll stream on the weekend to make up for it. But I said that before. And if I go to the front and I come back I'm not gonna like stream if I can't concentrate at all and I can't get my words out. It's like it's not dignified. I don't enjoy it. I don't think you guys would enjoy it. So that means that I'm headed straight back out there. Like I said, it's every other week. Every other week I'm headed to the front, trying to get as much filming done as possible. You know, there's a lot to work on right now. So many fronts are active. There was a massive mechanized assault on the Zaporizhia front. There's of course 1/3. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2/4. I mean, 2/5. The assaults right now are going on in that area between Pokrovsk and Konstantinivka. All of the assaults in the front, that tiny area, so much violence there. The cover. I saw there was some movement on the Vovchansk front. Of course, Kupiansk right now is a fucking disaster. And anybody saying otherwise is lying to you. And then there's of course I haven't been back to the Sumy region quite a bit, and I'm not going to be able to do all of this, but I want to do as much as I can before I get out of here, because when I leave, I won't be back until next March or April. So, that's going to be some time. Sorry, Dylan. What are your streamer start hour proposed? Okay, the hours I was thinking of before we get into this disaster of a story with Mr. Trump. So the hours I was thinking of was something like 8 to 11. Somewhere between 8 a.m. and 11 o'clock in the East Coast. Maybe 8 to noon. But I mean that's a bold change. That would open it up a lot for the Europeans. And that would open up the morning slot. We would be grabbing the morning slot. And I noticed that I don't know how much of there's not like a lot of people in the morning slot. Not a lot of people in the morning slot. Come on, Dylan. Influencers constantly pushing the good news about how Ukraine is winning another cope, get far higher ratings and clicks and super money. Yeah, dude, I still can't believe I gotta dig up that old comment about Dylan gets paid by the Ukrainian Uber establishment. You should if you watch my next documentary, the transition, it opens with a guy saying, I don't want to be here anymore. I want peace. None of my family wants to be here. My family's telling me to shoot myself in the fucking foot and come home. And he's the one with the fucking NI, national identity. Got that on his chest. He's one of those boys. And he's the one saying that. Then we transition to an artillery position. And what's happening at the artillery position? Everybody's complaining about their pay. Everybody's complaining about the bureaucracy. In one document, this is considered frontline willing danger pay. In another document, it says it isn't. So the people working in the coal mines, they get enhanced danger pay. The people who are doing the woodwork and the trench work, they don't get enhanced danger pay, even though they get harassed by drones. And then that same person, the commander, he comes out, he complains about how he had to buy his shirt, how he had to buy his shoes, how he had to buy his thermals, how they buy new parts for the car, how they need to freaking. It's how their previous commander was good. This new commander's shit. The last commander, it was great. He would come out. He'd help pick the position. Hey, this is a good place to dig. This is a bad place to dig. This new one says this is a good place to dig, and it's just wide open the field. He won't even come out to see where we are. We have a disconnect with this commander. Our documentaries are actually very I wouldn't call them pessimistic. I would say they're very blunt. I don't know what it is with my camera, but when I get with some Ukrainian soldiers, they just start saying hard truths. I don't know. I guess I ask some very simple, direct questions. And when there's not a press officer breathing down my neck, it usually goes pretty well. So yeah, I mean, I do get that image of the Ukrainian propagandist, uh, the shill of Kiev. But I mean, if you watch my documentaries, I mean, like hell, my most popular documentary was the one on the prisoner soldiers, which it's an inherently dicey topic, inherently dicey. I think the thing that makes people uncomfortable is that I acknowledge the diciness openly. I acknowledge the problems in the Ukrainian armed forces with command, with supply, the problem in Ukrainian governance with craft, uh, the strategic difficulties of the Ukrainian armed forces, and I still support all of our support for Ukraine and more. So I think it's those two things together that I guess make people uncomfortable. Okay, I think we will now start on the recent news. How do I even open the story? Okay. So I've been busy. I was on the Konstantinivka front with artillery teams and with civilian evac, and I was pretty busy. And I'm gonna be heading down south tomorrow, so I'm gonna be pretty busy for a bunch of other days. We're filming on the front every other week. Every other week, we spend a week on the front. So that makes keeping up with the news a little difficult. But the way that the story went, and I remember saying this at the time when I heard that the day before Trump was supposed to have this big meeting with Zelensky, where all of the pro-Trump, pro-Ukraine people were saying, "This is it. This is it. We finally won him over. Trump has tried everything he can to make peace with the Russians. It just failed on every front. It failed over and over and over again. This is the moment. The time has arrived." I was seeing Drew Pavlou, giving credit like, "Hey, here we go. Trump's finally coming on. It looks like my pivot to the right, is lining up with the moral values of my support for Ukraine." We're not hearing any critique from the pro-Ukraine people like Cam Higby or others. Ben Shapiro was starting to talk about, oh, it seems like, they're shifting a little bit. And then I hear Donald Trump's going to have a call with Vladimir Putin the day before the meeting. And I put out a message. I say, here is the most likely scenario given his record. And I wanted to hear, what are the odds everybody else thinks that what's going to happen is Putin's going to call him and he's going to say, wait. I want peace. I've always wanted, I don't want you to send tomahawks. You've scared me, Mr. Trump. How about we have another meeting? How about, in fact, we have another summit? Mind you, they got nowhere with the first summit. If you looked at the first summit, not through the language of how they described it and by falling for the messaging that Trump put forward in the aftermath of that summit, or by anybody who had an invested interest for it to succeed, but at the events that played out at the summit, the only thing that happened at the summit was a private meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And in the press conference afterwards, there was supposed to be a dinner. There was supposed to be a bunch of exchanging of information between Lavrov and Marco Rubio, and all these other people were supposed to talk, and they were supposed to get the finer details. They completely skipped all that, canceled everything early. They did not make, in my mind, that much actual progress. But Donald Trump, always the big sell, had to go out there and hype up, of course, Russia and the United States cultural and ties and all the history they have together, because he didn't want it to be a wash. And he is somebody who thinks that by the end of all of this, we can get another new business deal with the Russians. Exactly what we need so desperately from the Russians, I have yet to be convinced of. But he sees this vision his vision for business deals with the Russians. So that didn't get anywhere. So I didn't think that another summit will go anywhere. I don't think another summit will end any differently. But knowing how tragically hopeful, and that's the only way you can describe it, tragically hopeful, as in Donald Trump will look at a scenario where it's like you've got a 5% chance of hitting this 7, of hitting this red 7, and you winning this roulette spin, and you making all this money. You've put everything on red 7. That's not, you got to be careful here, sir, because that's a lot of money on an outcome that is not particularly likely. And he hears, but you hit red 7, you're going to make 50 times your money back. Oh my God, 50 times the money back. Everything on fucking red 7. I think that's the way he leans. Not to say that he's just inherently a gambler, but that he sees this as a situation that's just going to keep dragging on anyway. So he delaying his action, delaying sending, the missiles to Ukraine to put the real pressure on the Russian economy, or him delaying any further sanctions package as the Senate and the House want to move forward. It has been expressed by hard right leaders in the Senate and House and soft right that they want to move forward. And of course, all the Democrats want to move forward on sanctions action, but he is holding them back. And that is because he wants as many opportunities as possible to wrap this war up now, because it would be easier for him for this problem not to be there. Which, I have that problem too. I've got this like weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like I got it like right, here, it's like, oh, is that my gallbladder? Is that this? Is that that? You know what? I'd rather it just go away with time. So I'll just kind of wait. And it's a strategy. I don't know if it's a smart strategy, but it's a strategy. And he thinks he can wait it out. And as long as the Russians can keep in the air the slightest bit of belief that they might not be screwing with him again, then I think he's going to default towards it. He's going to default towards it because he wants it to be true, because he wants to impress the people at Oslo so he can get on the Nobel Committee, so he can get all of the grandstanding and hoopla and applause. Now, whether or not this deal actually lasts and how dedicated he is to that, I don't know. I mean, he keeps talking about how he brought peace to the Congo as villages are actively getting massacred. He talks about like he immediately trounced around the victory in Gaza. We just saw strikes in Gaza kill dozens, and there were hostages getting executed by Hamas. And there was Israeli soldiers that were killed. Like, so I mean, ceasefire is a pretty bloody ceasefire. So Trump's record when it comes to the pieces that he has brought about could suggest that maybe the peace will not hold, but he still wants that argument. He still wants to be able to get out there. And even if he doesn't get the Norwegians to like him, bragging rights, he can still claim it. He wanted that label of peacemaker president. And so I think he wants to default in that direction. And plus, and I know this sounds base, I do think he wants to be friendly with Putin. And if he can have a reason to be friendly with Putin, I think, if he can get there, he'd enjoy that. I don't think that's his primary motivating factor. I do think that is a motivating factor. Should that be a motivating factor? No. Anyway, so I thought for all these reasons that Putin would go in there and say, oh, woof, these Tomahawk missiles scare me. Let's not do that. Let's have another summit. I thought it would work. And it did. It did work. At least it worked for a bit. Donald Trump went into that meeting with Zelensky, and my God, I have to say, this meeting might actually be worse than the public fiasco that we had before with J.D. Vance lecturing him in public and him getting lectured on his suit and how he needs to say thank you more, even though he said thank you at the start of that meeting, even though everything that Zelensky said about, the Russians, they agree to ceasefires, they agree to things, but do they keep them? Do they respect those agreements? All of that ended up being the case. Like, hey, it's one thing to want peace with them, but if they need to maintain the peace, they need to desire the peace. All of that ended up being true. But this meeting, I still think might have gone worse. because of the talking points that Trump fell victim to, and the fact that Steve Witkoff, by being a participant, by existing in the room, actively makes anything worse. And it is very difficult for me to imagine, after seeing Steve Witkoff in action, after seeing how deep his knowledge is on Tucker Carlson's podcast, where he cannot even name the regions that he wants to give away, that this did not go well. Let's start simple. Let's start simple. So Donald Trump had his meeting, had his phone call with Putin. He says that he, warned about the Storm Shadow missiles and stuff like that. Now, after that meeting, he walks away from it, goes into this meeting with Zelensky, and if you want to have an idea about the type of effect that Putin can have on Donald Trump's state of mind, just listen to the type of talking points he was throwing out there. Trump also said that the Russian economy is doing great, in a sharp contrast to his recent public remarks in which he urged Putin to negotiate because his economy is going to collapse. Mind you, Donald Trump was talking about the fuel queues, these long queues of Russians trying to get fuel across Russia. He was talking about how the Russian economy looked like it was in a difficult place. And if you read the Russian papers openly, Russian state papers, government papers, openly discuss recession. It looks like recession's around the corner. It's not a question of if, it's more a question of when. And there are areas where the government can get involved to put more pressures. But now, all of a sudden, Donald Trump went from, hey, the Russian economy is going to collapse, to the Russian economy is doing great. How he described it in the meeting. The Russian economy is doing great. Mind you, this is not the only time he would describe the Russian economy in, the Russians in a positive manner. He would go on, and when talking to the press asked him, like, hey, you said that the Ukrainians would win like a week ago, and now you're saying like the Ukrainians can't win. So can the Ukrainians win? Can the Ukrainians not win? What's the what's the situation? And this is what he had to say now to give you an idea. This is post Putin call.
On the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation.
Before, mind you, he was saying just like a week ago that the Ukrainians could win back everything. And I remember the only thing I said at the time is, what am I supposed to do with this? Because I knew, we all knew, that this was just a moment in time.
Have you now locked in a meeting? And can you explain, just a few weeks ago at UNGA, you said that Ukraine could possibly win the war and keep its territory, but now the story seems something different.
I don't think they will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it. I said they could win. Anything can happen. War is a very strange thing. A lot of bad things happen, a lot of good things happen. If you look at the Middle East, I would say prior to us hitting Iran so hard, we could have never made that deal, because you would have had a dark cloud over the Middle East where we took out their nuclear capability, which was one of the great...
Mr. President, on the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation, have you...
Before it was, I think they can win, we got all these stuff. Oh, well, I never said they would win. I just said they could win. I don't think they really will. I mean, but maybe, it's a possibility. So one phone call with Putin, and the tone seems to change. It's not always in big ways and declarative statements. It's the vibe of how he seems to be vibing. I mean, vibing with Ukraine can win before, and now he's vibing with Ukraine probably won't win. And it seems to shift very easily depending upon the conversation. Now, one might question how I know that these shifts are coming so clearly from his conversation with Putin, that this isn't something that he got from a clear-eyed view of the facts. Well, one piece of evidence might be the language he uses. Here is one source, a European source, talking about what Trump said in the meeting. According to a European official with knowledge of the meeting, Trump told Zelensky that Putin had told him the conflict was a special operation, not even a war, adding that the Ukrainian leader needed to cut a deal or face destruction. The official said Trump told Zelensky he was losing the war, warning, if Putin wants it, he will destroy you. At one point in the meeting, the U.S. president threw Ukraine's maps of the battlefield to one side. The official familiar with the encounter said, according to the official, Trump said he was sick of seeing maps of the front line of Ukraine again and again. Okay, so special operation, not even a war. This is straight out of Putin's mouth. But the later half of this is interesting. The half of it that Donald Trump is influenced very easily by what Putin says or the evidence, quote unquote, that they present. For example, the fact that Donald Trump very quickly said the Ukrainians are encircled in Kursk when the Ukrainians were not encircled in Kursk after his meeting with the Russians. Very clearly picking that up from Vladimir Putin in that conversation where he was trying to pressure the United States to say, hey, this is a hopeless effort, make the Ukrainians surrender. Yeah. So it's not that this is surprising that he can get influenced by Putin. The second part of this is more, I think, indicative of not only Donald Trump's approach to Ukraine, but also his approach to a lot of these issues that he's doing diplomacy on. He threw Ukraine's maps of the battlefield to one side. Trump said he was sick of seeing the map of the front line of Ukraine again and again. Donald Trump talked about this war as a 24-hour extravaganza. His sycophants like Tim Pool and his other propagandists came out and said that not only would he get the war done and over with quickly, that he would get it done and over with before he was even sworn into office. They were talking about him as if he was a mythical peacemaker. And now we've moved from that to 10 months of failure. And after doing nothing, he's all out of ideas. He sees the front line ever evolving without his interaction, and he's gotten apathetic. To a front line he doesn't have the depth of knowledge to truly understand. It can be explained to him in bits and pieces. But when he's got people like Tulsi Gabbard in the cabinet to come in there to try to give him the daily intelligence brief to help break down what's going on, I'm not surprised that the Ukrainians and Trump might find it frustrating when they have to play catch up on the advantages that Ukraine has or the difficulties that's ahead of them for the Russians, when he's coming in there with the base knowledge of, oh, I heard you were encircled at Kursk. Oh, I heard that the Russians are going to capture Pokrovsk in 3 weeks. And that was, say, like 4 or 5 months ago. I mean, I heard the Russians talking about capturing Pokrovsk last winter. Now the Russians might actually capture Pokrovsk this winter. So there doesn't seem to just be a statement here of Trump picking up the language of the occupier. There seems to also be a clear disinterest in following the finer details of whether the war is or is not winnable. And look, I expect Trump to have a general idea of what's going on in the front line every day. If he doesn't want to know all the bits and pieces, fine. But he needs to have somebody there who can do the work that is boring, even if he's sick of doing it. Okay, I heard Kash Patel got very tired of his daily briefs. Actually, this seems to be a running trend. A running trend in the Trump cabinet is people getting tired of the fact that their positions come with a daily brief. So they simply either reduce it to every other day, and it's not a daily brief, it's an every other daily brief, or they just otherwise make it weekly, or otherwise reduce or cancel it. And I think that, if you want to do that, I don't think it's great for the position. But if you're going to do that, you need somebody else who can manage the stuff that you find boring and you don't want to manage. I would say that usually this might be a job for a Dick Cheney type president, but J.D. Vance has made very clear that he doesn't care about this either. I remember him running for Senate saying, I do not care. Ukraine was invaded, and he said, I do not care. So he probably does not seem like the best option either. Not a lot of great options. Not a lot of great options. It was pretty bad, one source said at the meeting. The message was, your country will freeze and your country will be destroyed if Ukraine doesn't make a deal with Russia. A separate source denied that Trump said Ukraine would be destroyed. Both sources said, however, that Trump resorted to profanity several times. Few sources had the impression that Trump was influenced by a Thursday call with Russian President Vladimir Putin. During that call, according to the Washington Post, Putin proposed a territorial swap in which Ukraine would cede the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk in return for a small part of Zaporizhia and Kherson. One of the sources said that the U.S. official proposed precisely that swap to Zelensky on Friday. Are you curious which U.S. official proposed that swap and thought it was a good idea? By the way, some numbnuts on Twitter were saying, oh, really? Ukraine gets all of Zaporizhia and Kherson to give up the parts of unoccupied Donetsk? That doesn't seem too bad. No. What they're saying, what the Russians are saying is, we get to keep occupied Kherson. We get to keep occupied Crimea. We get to keep occupied Luhansk. We get to keep occupied Zaporizhia. We get to keep occupied Donetsk. And we get to get the rest of unoccupied Donetsk. But you, Ukraine, by the way, I don't think they said anything about what would happen to the rest of the Dnipro region. You get to keep the city of Kherson, which you took back in bloody combat, in which the Russians have been hunting the civilians there like for sport. So that's the offer that's on the table. It's still a maximalist demand that would get rid of some of Ukraine's most defensible positions in the Donetsk region, as well as getting up cities that the Russians have not taken, and getting rid of a lot of the defensive encampments that the Ukrainians have worked to build. So basically, you would be allowing the Russians to divert all those defenses and hoping that they do not exploit it for offensive purposes. Especially since, they're also insisting that Ukraine don't join any alliance structure that would disincentivize a future invasion. But if you were curious as to what U.S. official thought this was a good idea, two sources said U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, again, the Middle East envoy, somehow wiggles his way into it once again, was among those who was most aggressively urging the Ukrainians to agree to the Russian swap proposal. Witkoff mentioned that Donetsk and Luhansk have significant Russian-speaking populations, one of the sources said, a point he made publicly before. Now, look, this is something he said on the Tucker Carlson podcast. This is something he said on other programs. Ireland does not speak Irish. Okay, the population of Ireland that speaks Irish is very small. They have it in school. They have people in the very, very rural countryside who speak it. The majority of the population speaks English. If you ask them if they're part of England, they will not be very happy. Okay, I speak English. I am not English. I come from the United States. I know many people who speak Russian. You tell them they're Russian, they're not going to be happy. And that's not just true in Ukraine, by the way. That's not just true in cities like Kharkiv, cities like Kherson, cities like Dnipro, Dima, Anna, Anastasia, so many of the friends of the channel that we know. These are Bogdan, my fixer. These are Russian speakers who are Ukrainians. So them just speaking Russian and saying, "Oh, they speak Russian anyway. I guess they're Russian." If the Russians got Anastasia under their control, there's a good chance she would be disappeared. Oh, but she speaks Russian, so I'm sure they're all the same. I mean, this is idiotic. But this is the highest level diplomats are throwing up there. This is a real estate agent playing diplomat. And this is the result of it, is he's getting played by the KGB, where they are picking his translators when he comes to Moscow. Look it up. It's real. Look it up. And so Witkoff says that Ukrainians obviously don't take well to it. And they threw out the Ukrainian position on this when it comes to Witkoff is they don't like him. The position of the Russians hasn't changed. They want us to withdraw from the Donbass, not the entire east, but specifically Donbass. That is completely from Donetsk and Luhansk regions. This is Zelensky. I made it clear that Ukraine's stance in this context remains unchanged. I explained this both to President Trump and to Mr. Witkoff, the only other person in the meeting that Zelensky names. We understand that Mr. Witkoff is simply conveying what Russia means. This does not necessarily reflect his own view, at least according to him. At least according to him. They know that is his view. They know that is what he thinks should be done. We heard what he said on Tucker Carlson's podcast. We heard him talk about the referendum in occupied territory as if it was legitimate. A legitimate referendum. He has taken up the Russian position on occupied territory, on Crimea, on Donetsk, on Luhansk, on all these areas. He has taken up the position that the Russians are actually making a generous offer. Because the way he looks at this is not like international diplomacy. He looks at this like a crude businessman, like this is a real estate deal where you evict some family or you make some hostile takeover. This is not just some business deal. You can't just evict the tenant. These are people's homes and villages that they've lived in forever. And he's treating it very callously. And it's being reflected in the way that Ukrainians view him and those in the know view him. Because those in the know, the standard is that Witkoff is a fucking moron. Okay? If you want to do the type of like personal politics of the Middle East where, you know, you bribe here and you threaten there, that might go to a certain length, that might go a certain way and in certain Middle Eastern dictatorships. That's not going to play as well in Ukraine. That's not going to play as well when, you know, these displaced people have political weight and Zelensky trying to push through by really trying to push through anti-corruption reforms, which really reeled in the independence of the anti-corruption agencies. There were protests that went on through curfew, through military curfew. They rolled that shit back quick. These are different societies. These are completely different societies. It's not gonna, the diplomacy, the government's different, the society's different. It does not work the same way. This is not a real estate deal. But he treats it like it. And he has the knowledge of it that shows that he's a man in a field trying to apply the expertise he has somewhere else in an area it does not apply. Square peg, triangle hole. I made it clear to him, Steve Witkoff, that there are some misleading impressions. The story is that the Russians claim they supposedly held a referendum among the Russian people in Donbass, and that they supposedly want to join Russia. But first, there was the occupation, and only afterward did something uncontrolled and clearly illegal happen, which they called a referendum. Moreover, I would say that these signals from the Russians are so far from reality that 10 years passed between the start of the occupation and the so-called referendum. Do you see where it doesn't add up? Basically saying all the people who would have voted pro-Ukraine, they left. They were forced out. Mr. Witkoff points out that it was incorporated into their constitution. So I explained to Mr. Witkoff once again that if tomorrow Putin adds something else to their constitution, after the war ends in one way or another, will we need to withdraw from some territory again? And if, for example, I amend the constitution of Ukraine to include 2 regions of the Russian Federation, would they have to leave those territories? This is a non-functional model. I mean, he's not wrong. Saying that, oh, you know, Kherson, Zaporizhia, these are part of the constitution. And there's a question of what they can physically hold right now. That's something we can interact with. But if what you're saying is true, that, oh, it's part of their constitution, you should take this land swap in the Donetsk region. What stops them from not changing their constitution, coming back and invading again for the rest of Kherson and Zaporizhia down the line? Especially once you got around the defenses around Donetsk. Especially once the United States is distracted possibly elsewhere, be it with some conflict over Taiwan or wherever. I mean, Steve Witkoff here, I mean, he gets torn up pretty hard by Zelensky, but I mean, he's gotten torn up by traditional analysts. He's gotten torn up by just Ukrainians with the base knowledge. Anybody with the knowledge of, language issues in Ukraine. Anybody who knows how that referendum was conducted. I mean, soldiers going door to door with rifles, collecting these sheets of paper. I mean, that's not how most people do referendums. That's not how most people do referendums. Is by soldiers of an occupying army holding rifles in front of you while they make you fill out your ballot at your doorstep. So they're showing you that they know their address. I mean, it's not how most referendums are done. And most referendums usually include the people who live there, not only the people who stayed after the majority of people left town. That's not a referendum of that community. That's a referendum of a ghost town. I mean, it's might not sound nice, but it's the truth. So it didn't go well, the meeting, but it didn't go well even further. And there is some reports that are saying that Donald Trump really pushed this idea of maybe they should accept the Donbass withdrawal, that there was cussing involved in the meeting, that it got provocative in that way. But the Ukrainians did not back off on the idea of, hey, we'll withdraw from this territory, we'll withdraw from that territory. They didn't back off on that. And so how the meeting ended after they locked horns on that was that they would agree to just do the line freeze the front line as they had discussed before. So we were right back to where we were after all of that. Right back to square one, 10 months into it, freeze the front line. Might as well go back to calling for a ceasefire or we'll implement sanctions. I mean, we're right. Here we are again. My own personal groundhog day of hell. Endlessly. And so they agreed to that. And then after that, there is an agreement announced by Donald Trump, announced by his team, that there is going to be a new peace conference. After the talk with Zelensky and after the talk with Putin, there's going to be a new peace conference with the Russians in Budapest, Hungary. And it's going to be in Budapest, Hungary, because the Hungarians are good friends with both the Russians and this administration. And so the Trump administration thinks that they could facilitate negotiations between Putin and Trump. Well, I mean, obviously they could not facilitate talks between Putin and Zelensky, considering they have a bad relationship with Zelensky. And when Trump was asked about this, he just was like, oh, well, then I can communicate what they said to Zelensky. But when he's going in there with special military operation, we got encircled around Kursk, and then you add Viktor Orban to the mix, I don't know if they're going to come with anything, away from that's workable, or a grenade that's going to blow up in Trump's hand. And if it just blows up closer to the Ukrainians, maybe he'll blame the Ukrainians, and then there'll be no forthcoming support. Now, I do want to throw out there that when we were trying to figure out exactly why Hungary was the location, I knew why. I mean, it's because of the relationship that Viktor Orban has with both Donald Trump and Putin. But a journalist asked it straight up, and Caroline Leavitt responded not politely. Is the president aware of the significance of Budapest? In 1994, Russia promised in Budapest not to invade Ukraine. It gave up the nuclear weapons it inherited with the Soviet Union dissolved. Does he not see why Ukraine might object to that site? Who suggested Budapest? Thanks. And then Caroline Leavitt responded, your mom did. The journalist asks, of course, it's funny to you? And then Caroline Leavitt, grandstanding, it's funny to me that you actually consider yourself a journal. You are a far left hack who nobody takes seriously, including your colleagues in the media. They just don't tell you that to your face. Stop texting me your disingenuous, biased, and bullshit question. Now, mind you, This question was 100% fair. Of course, Ukrainians would find Budapest to be a sore spot, considering it was the same location where their sovereignty in a situation like this was guaranteed was not going to happen in the first place. So, yeah, that makes sense. Also, I think the suggestion of why it would be Budapest, even if you could say that that symbolism doesn't matter, would still be a good question, because having the government put on record that the reason that it's in Budapest is because of the Hungarians' relationship with both the Russians and them, it's good to get something like that on record. And so to react like this childishly and then to respond afterwards by saying, nobody really likes you, you're disingenuous, it's a bullshit question for you to ask me why we're having a summit in a city. Excuse me, Mr. President. Why, President Brazil, why are we deciding to have the Olympics in this country? Bullshit question. Why, always with the why? Ridiculous. By the way, she was not the only one to respond. Your mom, Chung, another Trump admin, also responded similarly to the same question with your mom. Now, mind you, this is after the first peace summit failed, and we've had, as of today, over 10 months of failure on negotiating with the Russians, on top of what happened in the preliminary talks while he was president-elect. So if you want to include the president-elect period, I mean, we've got a year. We've got a year of failure, 10 months to a year, depending on your interpretation. And so after that much failure and a peace summit that already failed, continuing seemingly to pursue the same policy, which has failed, them asking, why Budapest? Why this location? Give us some reason to believe you have a chance of success. And they treat the journalists as if they're stupid for asking such a question. It's not a biased question. It's just that you're a crybaby who hears hostility in everything. Now, there's one problem for this image, is that it seemed that despite her inability to look like a grown woman, it seemed that she was not the only people in the admin who was unable to make themselves not look childish. So Donald Trump pushes forward with his Budapest summit. We want to go out there to Budapest and negotiate peace, shake hands, and XYZ. We want to do XYZ. And so he has Marco Rubio have a phone call with Sergei Lavrov on whether or not, we can get this or that fine detail refined when it comes to finding an end to the war. Negotiating the finer details of a peace settlement. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. But as we get closer, we find out that we're still as far away as ever, as Sergei Lavrov continues to repeat the maximalist demand, according to all reports of the conversation, continuing to ask for Russia to get basically everything, asking for, anything but a frozen front line. And Marco Rubio walked away from the conversation, essentially thinking that the Russians are still pushing their maximalist line. They haven't moved whatsoever. And seemingly advising the president of the United States that they should not go forward with the Budapest conference. They should not go forward with the Budapest summit because we are no closer to peace. And so, after that, the reports hit the airwaves that seems like there isn't going to be a Budapest summit. It seems like peace summit, Peace Summit Point 2, Electric Boogaloo 2.0, Electric Boogaloo, it ain't happening. That the Trump administration wants to make sure that if they're going to have another peace summit, it doesn't end with just a lot more fist bumps right before an announcement on primetime television that the Russians just broke another all-time record for a massive air attack at the same time that the Trump administration, in an effort to preserve these talks, continues to hold back on any form of escalation. It's not like approving any of these energy strikes without any more supply is particularly any escalation if the Ukrainians had been engaging in the energy campaign already. The closest you could even get to anything resembling escalation from the Trump side was the providing of intelligence. That's it. So after 10 months to a year, depending on your perspective, you would think that getting to actually get in the same room and talk with the Russians would be the simplest part of this process. But it seems we're still stuck up on it. Here's a reporter asking, why do you think the Budapest summit might be wasted time, which was something that Trump said, that it could be wasted time? Mr. President, the meeting with Vladimir Putin was canceled or put on hold. Do you know what happened there? And President Trump said, no, I don't want to have a wasted meeting. Mind you, Trump never officially says it is for sure canceled. And as of right now, it's still up in the air whether it is officially canceled, with Trump saying he'll know in the next 2 days whether it is.
Mr. President, the meeting with Vladimir Putin is canceled or put on hold. Do you know what happened there? And does that affect your decision whether or not to send tomahawks?
No, I don't want to have a wasted meeting. I don't want to have a waste of time, so I'll see what happens. But we did all of these great deals, great peace deals. They're all peace deals, agreements, solid agreements, every one of them. But this one, and I said, go to the line of battle, the battlefield lines, and you pull back and you go home, and everybody take some time off, because you got two countries that are killing each other. You got two countries that are losing 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week. So we'll see what happens.
Is that how Trump views peace? Just taking some time off of war? Just taking a breather? Peace is really more just a time to reload? No wonder he called what happened in the Congo peace before the ADF and M23 and Congolese government-allied militias immediately resumed violence after the talks that Trump pushed. When the talks, he didn't even include M23 in, and it was Qatar who had to go out of their way to get M23 to agree to any sort of talk. But here is Trump talking about how it isn't for sure canceled, but, we won't know anything for the next 2 days.
President, what changed your mind after talking to Vladimir Putin between then and now? Why did you think that a Budapest summit might be wasted time?
Well, I didn't say anything. I didn't say it would, and you never know what's going to happen. But a lot of things are happening on that front, on the war front, with Ukraine and Russia. And we'll be notifying you over the next 2 days as to what we're doing.
Did you hear something?
A lot of things are happening.
Did you hear something?
I think we're going to get it solved.
Okay, so there's a pretty simple explanation as to what's going on here, as to how Trump went from 2 weeks ago saying that Ukraine can win the war to, Russia could destroy you essentially in private meetings and cussing and all this, after having that phone call with Putin and then having this call with Zelensky, meeting with Zelensky, the same meeting with Zelensky that many, again, pro-Ukraine, pro-Trump people were saying, hey, look, this will be the moment. This will be the day. And it certainly was not. The explanation is quite simple. The explanation is that Trump is flip-flopping. That Trump is going back and forth because Trump is easily swayed in these conversations. That both Zelensky and Putin are very good at communicating. Zelensky from decades and decades in the media, an environment that Trump has experience in, and from Putin being an experienced KGB manipulator who has decades in geopolitical diplomacy and time before that in local governance when he was working in St. Petersburg politics. So I think both of these individuals are very good at painting a picture, and they all have data sets that maybe Trump is not being made aware of in the immediate sense. And then in the aftermath of these meetings, after Tulsi Gabbard doesn't tell him some data that Putin told him during his meeting, or that Zelensky told him in his meeting, either because it was bullshit and so Tulsi Gabbard rightly filtered it out, or because Tulsi Gabbard is not really good at her job. She hasn't done anything like this before. She's never managed this much intelligence before, and she's never been the top intelligence official in the country. or been the second or third or fourth or 1 millionth. She has only handled classified intelligence in the past, and now she's supposed to filter through what's good and what's not. So it could be that Trump is getting taken for a ride, and that combined with his, again, tragic hopefulness. Some people might call it naivete. I would say call it his tragic hopefulness. Is leading to him getting dragged around for over 10 months now. But how long can this charade go on? Is it really going to be 10 months to then a year after his inauguration? Are we going to be going into November and into December once this month is wrapped up, saying, oh, what is he going to do next? November, December. Will we have government action going into January of 2026? We might be heading straight for that scenario. I mean, the hope would be that in the next 2 days, like Trump said, we won't get any new advancements, or we will get an advancement. We'll get some update, and then it'll be like, okay, now we're getting an announcement on further action for Ukraine. But you know what it could be? It could also be, okay, the Russians play out another 2 days, another 2 days of airstrikes, another 2 days of fighting on the Pokrovsk axis, and then right at the end of the 2 days, they say, okay, we're willing to discuss other options to address the root cause. In order to have the Budapest summit, we have to plan that. So let's plan that for 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks pass by, which was supposed to be the original time. And so in 2 weeks, that would be probably November 7th and 8th. So we're going into the second week of November, either in the aftermath or starting. And so then you're going into midway November. And when the Budapest Memorandum, Budapest Summit is ending, and you've just bought, again, another month. And from the Russian perspective, even if it complodes right there, even if at that moment they're like, we've run out of options, we have no more ideas on how to delay this. We've literally run out of distractions. The paddle ball is no longer working. You know, we tried the rubbery pencil trick, and Donald Trump is actually going to let the Senate go forward with sanctions. Donald Trump has actually given Ukraine some longer missiles. If in that moment it happens, they've already succeeded in delaying American action for 11 to 12 months. They've already succeeded in moving the front line to curl around the city of Pokrovsk, when in May of this year, there was no Dobrupila penetration. In May of this year, there was, they were starting to encircle it on three sides, but it was just starting. It was partially encircled. Now it was really encircled on three sides with one way out in the western direction, west-east. And so the situation has gotten worse on the Kupiansk front. The situation has gotten worse, obviously, on the Pokrovsk front. The Russians have taken a lot of casualties in that time, but Trump is not doing anything to either heighten those casualties in a way that will bring the war to a rapid conclusion, or help take out the ways that war is made to bring the war to a rapid conclusion. He shows feigning interest in it, where he'll say in a moment of clarity, like, oh, wow, we need to get the Russians to get to the table. I guess we need to compel them. Hey, Ukraine, you should compel them. Do some more strikes on their energy infrastructure. And then we provide them none of the munitions to do so. Well, if we want them to do that, we're going to have to provide them with the tools to do it. I mean, if you look at the ruins of Konstantinivka, the mural that was put up there in 2022 and that I've passed a million times is not talking about, hey, America, come fight our battles. Hey, we want U.S. Marines clearing trenches all the way to Donetsk. It is saying, give us the tools. Give us the aerial bombs. Give us the artillery. Give us the tools, job, and we will do the job. And we will get it done. And so if Trump wants to shake this up and doesn't want to be looked like as a flip-flopper, which is what he is, and is what I warned of the night he got elected, as what I saw as the most likely scenario, as he's just trying to constantly shift and jostle to find the best immediate position to be in. Like, he just looks weak. It doesn't look like he's jostling for the best position for the United States. It looks like he's jostling for the best positions to slip and slide away and find the path of least resistance to impress the people at Oslo. But that's not how everybody sees it. Here's how a commentator who got on CNN described Trump's diplomacy here.
Right now is he does not have any cards. His one card is the question of how long the American people are willing to keep funding this war. And the answer to that is they are done with this. And so Donald Trump has to try to figure out how to get both of them to the table. Now, the failed liberal model of diplomacy suggests that when you have a weaker party and a stronger party, what you do is you bolster the weaker party, you bring down the stronger party, you create this artificial parity, and then they'll negotiate. It never works because you take away everyone's incentive to negotiate. The weaker party doesn't want to negotiate because they've been elevated, and the stronger party doesn't want to negotiate because they've been brought down. Trump's view is the exact opposite. He is a real estate guy. He says the only way you get to a deal is you exacerbate the power differential because then everybody has an incentive to come to the table. I want to make one more point. When this war began, Crimea was part of Russia. Ukraine was not part of NATO. And the Donbas region, Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk were independent republics. There was a civil war there. They were not part of Ukraine. And the idea that this ends and that territory that when this began
there was a Russian-backed insurgency to take control of
Ukraine, that's just that's never going to happen. And everybody knows that. So this will never end when everyone's living in a fictional world that is not going to bring an end to the killing and the death. Zelensky right now is he does not have any.
So I hate empty suits. I hate empty suits that stand on corpses and talk about geopolitics from the realm of business as if they know what they're talking about. Now, maybe this is just a general disdain for business people. Now, I don't have a general disdain for all business people, but I have a general disdain for experts speaking on issues of other topics completely outside of the realm as if they're experts because they're experts in one thing. When I heard Elon Musk talk like an expert when it comes to civilian rescue for people trapped in caves in Asia until the point he was lashing out and calling rescue workers kitty diddlers, right? Because he couldn't deal with the fact that his expertise had limits. It was embarrassing. And we extend that into geopolitics, not only for Elon Musk, but also for this woman. Number one, the American Zelensky has one card, and that one card is how long the public is willing to fund him. Number one, completely disconnected from the front line, completely disconnected from the war. She reads a headline, that's the war for her. Period, end of paragraph. Like, that's it. Want to know the cards that Zelensky has? Zelensky has a long-range drone campaign that has made it so that over 20% of Russia's oil refineries are off, and Russia, the energy powerhouse, has energy shortages, has gas shortages specifically, gasoline shortages in parts of Russia, gasoline shortages, fuel shortages in Russia. They have banned gasoline exports, not just for the month of September, but for the entirety of the year. The Russians talked about capturing Pokrovsk last winter, and that's what we were discussing on this channel. We are still discussing whether if the Russians are going to capture Pokrovsk right now. The Russians are fighting street by street in the southern part of Pokrovsk as we speak at this moment. I'm wrapping up my Pokrovsk here on the front documentary. So this idea, like, the Ukrainians have the ability to make the territory that the Russians capture extremely expensive. They also have the ability to add more pressure to the Russian war and energy machine at long distances. And when it comes to the idea of a dwindling American support, right now, there has been a resurgence. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just not getting enough coverage. Maybe she thinks that the American people are too stupid to, look this up. 75% of the American public want more sanctions on the Russians. So the method that she's describing by which to bring about a quick end, which is to intensify the disparity, which she's suggesting should be on the Ukrainian side. So therefore, strangle the Ukrainians. If you strangle the victim, they will die quicker, or they will submit and let the abuser do what they need quicker. If you hold down her arms, maybe they'll get it over with faster. That seems to be the strategy that she's suggesting. It's not the strategy the American people want. I think most people would be disgusted that we tell the Ukrainians, sure, give up your atomic weapons. We'll help you. And then when the moment comes around, our negotiating strategy is weaken the Ukrainians so they're in the worst possible position. I think that would make us probably one of the most demonic countries on the planet. I think that would make us a country of snakes that would probably deserve anything that's thrown at it in retaliation. If the way we do it is give up your atomic weapons, oh, your children are being kidnapped, let's help the kidnapper. That's evil. That's evil. Putting aside the fact it's evil, it's also unpopular. 75% want more sanctions. The majority of Americans want more aid to be sent to Ukraine. A plurality of Americans think not only should more aid be sent to Ukraine, but that more aid should be sent to Ukraine at a higher rate than it's previously been sent. Saying essentially what we were saying under the Biden administration, that ain't it. Where they've come to the conclusion that, hey, look, we've tried this way, where we tried it Biden's way, we tried it this like limp-wristed way, where we just go to the Russians and we beg. Let's try it a way where we compel the Russians to come to the negotiating table, with Trump there with his open arms saying, come on, let's negotiate, let's talk, because he wants them to. That's what the American people want. So I don't like you speaking on behalf of the American people when there's polling data readily available, and how the American people are reacting to the war has changed a lot in the last 10 months, because the war has changed a lot in the last 10 months. I really don't like the way that she speaks of such authority there, that Ukraine doesn't have no cards, and there's no cards whatsoever. But as for this idea of disparity negotiating, this is just not true. I mean, it can be true, but it also could not be true. There's different ways, but this is like, she's playing diplomacy. That's what this is. She's playing it like it's a game. It's not just disparity that would create negotiating if it's something that's non-negotiable. Like the idea of the Ukrainians giving up territory that has not been won in combat, or the Ukrainians demilitarizing, or, which is what the Russians demanded at the start. And there was a disparity at the start when they demanded Ukraine give up its demilitarize and do X, Y, and Z, and they didn't. They didn't because they knew to do so would be to permanently cripple themselves in a way that would be unacceptable for their state's survival. And so what you could end up doing is, by creating this disparity, is encouraging the Russians to go further, and then the Ukrainians continue to defend, but from a more desperate position. And congratulations, now more people are dying. It's just more Ukrainian civilians. Congrats. You're the great peacemaker. You've brought artillery shells into central Dnipro. Yay! Good job, you moron. Like, this is the level of commentary that we're getting on CNN right now. This is the level of commentary. Instead of getting journalists who are on the ground over there, or Ukraine, or somebody who can speak from some experience, these are the people that are getting on these panel programs on mainstream news. I can't even critique the alternative media shows, man. How can I? How can I be like, okay, is this really the person we're bringing on to discuss Ukraine? Is this really the person? If this is who they're bringing on CNN, and the idea, if they're both at the same level, then they're not gonna stop. Okay, then what? Did the Russians lose Afghanistan because the Mujahideen became more powerful than the Soviet Union? Did we lose Vietnam because the Viet Cong beat us in a slugfest? No. I mean, even with the disparity in power, we still ended up losing because of the type of fight we had to fight over a long period of time. And if the Ukrainians and the Russians are anywhere near the same level in disparity, that will be a massive problem for the Russians, because the Russians have never had to face the Ukrainian the Ukrainians in a head-to-head fight like that. And everywhere the Russians had to face the Ukrainians in a head-to-head fight where they were somewhat even, the Ukrainians usually ended up coming out on top. They've never had to fight at a disparity level where they're head-to-head when it comes to either the amount of shells being fired, the amount of men on the battlefield, the amount of armor that's available, the amount of air support that's available, the amount of long-range missiles and long-range munitions that can be expended. There's the Air Force that's available, the Naval Force that's available. There's nothing. It's never been anywhere close. So it's almost as if she's suggesting that we literally need to weaken Ukraine. That is what she's suggesting. I mean, that's what the logic would be, that we need to weaken Ukraine to bring the war to a speedier conclusion. But I mean, the Trump administration even tried that for a little bit. Like, hey, what if we just freeze the aid? And Ukrainians said, look, we'll work with you to continue to get support. But if they cut off aid, the Ukrainians would just keep on fighting, and then you've solved nothing. My goodness. The disparity. Why wouldn't it be if the Russians slam themselves into a brick wall and they're not getting anywhere and their economy's spiraling? Why would the solution be on the Russian side? Oh, I guess we just need to keep grinding. They might for some time, but eventually they're going to have to run into the wall that is reality and face the music. I mean, is it really a safer bet to just hope that when the Russians have more power and their enemies are weak, that'll be the moment that they say, okay, we'll just draw this line in the sand? Or would it be safer to follow the president's policy of peace through strength, quote unquote, peace through strength, a misnomer, and make it so that if you're going to be charging this person, you're going to be charging the government down, you're going to run to a brick wall and eventually going to give up? I think the latter is a much safer bet. Russia has no fuel. Well, no, they have fuel. It's just that there are regions in Russia that have gasoline queues. And then gasoline is harder to come by and more expensive due to the problems with refineries that have been exploded. Or as the Russians put it, falling debris. Okay, we got some more we want to get through on the topic of Ukraine. Let's pull up deep state map for a little bit. I do want to show this frontline situation. So the situation around Pokrovsk is not fantastic. But first, let's start Kupiansk. The situation around Kupiansk right now, the Russians have made it into the center of the city. In my mind, it's only a matter of time until eventually the Ukrainian forces are going to withdraw from Kupiansk. And after withdrawing from Kupiansk, I don't really see them staying across the river for awfully long, because their positions over the river were, I think, mostly there to support and like deny pressure from Kupiansk. I mean, they don't have to, but it would make the most sense. I'm not saying this is going to happen right away. I'm not even saying this is going to happen necessarily this month, but I do think at this rate, unless there are a radical reshuffling of Ukrainian priorities and forces, Ukraine is probably going to make the decision to cut their losses and withdraw from the Kupiansk front after making it as costly as physically possible for advancing Russian forces, and then withdraw deeper into the Kharkiv region. Sorry that I don't have jollier news on the Kharkiv front, but that just seems to be the case. Now, as for the other big update I wanted to direct us towards, 1 second. I have a touch mouse pad that giving me trouble. Here's the Pokrovsk front. It is difficult. It is difficult. Yeah, we're using Deep State because the other map, Ukraine Map Daily Updates, which I still think is the best map it's just not working for me. I don't know why, but it just says the plugin isn't working for me. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I tried to get it to work. It started to stream and it didn't. So we're using Deep State. But you can see, while the Dobra Pila penetration is, still suffering setbacks, you can see that the Ukrainians have taken back a significant portion of that. When you look at Pokrovsk itself, the exit hole is still about the same amount, so it doesn't look like immediately we're going to see a collapse of the logistical lines into Pokrovsk, but we're seeing advances into Pokrovsk from the south while dealing with all of the same logistical problems with drones harassing all the pathways in, while the Russians are penetrating deeper and deeper. Not only are the Russians solidly into southern Pokrovsk and into the drone positions that I was filming in, with the 59th and the 59th in Pokrovsk itself. Or no, it was the 68th. 68th with Pokrovsk itself. They have had certain soldiers penetrate deeper, deeper, deeper into Pokrovsk, even into the city center. And you can see all this gray. This gray is areas where the Russians are reported to have been, but we don't know if they currently control. So Ukrainians could have gone back, taken this, taken that. But these are different areas that they have been spotted. And that one area where you can see the grain line goes deeper, deeper, deeper into the city, that is where a certain Russian infiltrating team got spotted and then taken out by a drone. So that doesn't mean that the Russians control all that or they hold all that, but that does mean that the Russians have been able to crawl that deep in there. And that the Russians are overwhelming the south of the city with just the amount of manpower that they are pouring into the area. And so that's the situation. There also was some offensive actions that I'm not going to show the footage of, but they do exist online if you want to see it. If you guys want some daily homework, I would say that the counteroffensive on the Zaporizhia front is of some note, as the Russians tried to do an offensive and it failed spectacularly, with dozens of Russian vehicles being exploded and many Russian infantry units getting taken out in the farm fields between positions. I don't think it's necessary that we show the footage. Maybe we can anyway, though. Let's see. Can we find it? Oh. Yes, we do have some. Big Russian attack with 26 armored vehicles repelled on the Zaporizhia front. Russian losses: 2 tanks, 12 BMPs, 6 BTRs, and 2 Tiger armored vehicles. Are we gonna really have that music? No, we're not. We're gonna turn off that music. But my goodness, trying to outrun an FPV, by the way, is a fool's game. People speed up when they're getting chased by an FPV, which makes sense. If you're gonna pull into a bush, you want to be fast as you possibly can. But if the plan is you're driving across an open field like this, you're really just gonna hope if an FPV is on you, either that A, it's gonna miss because the pilot's garbage, or that you jam it and with jammers installed to the system, or B, that you can just tank it. And when you look at this vehicle, this is one that is absolutely covered in cope cages. It looks like it has the spikes all along it in order to catch drones as they come in, but it doesn't look like it's working. It's making impact with these tanks. And with so many of these drones operating in the area, I mean, when you're with these teams, they've got crates of drone bodies and propellers and baggie after baggie after baggie lined up with RPGs and different explosives, sometimes incendiary bombs. As you can see, that one went flying. That was a turret toss, is the name that they call that. My God, look at that turret just flying. But yes, on the Zaporizhzhia front, the Russians took quite hard losses as they tried to penetrate through the line and create issues for the Ukrainians on every front. Right now, the main problems is, I would say, the Kupiansk direction and the Pokrovsk direction. Those are the two most difficult situations. And of course, there is a slowly deteriorating situation on the Donetsk-Dnipro border. But the Russians want to make the Vovchansk axis, and they've seen a little bit of gain there recently, as well as the Zaporizhzhia axis more active. But this is not going to be garnering them much success. I also saw that there were Russian raids into the Chernihiv region, with them detaining some Ukrainian soldiers that were on patrol in the forest and taking them over the border into Russia as hostages, as prisoners of war. And I have heard in the last month through other journalists that it has gotten a lot more dicey in the Chernihiv region as the Russians are engaging in more infiltration activities. Whether this is an effort for the Russians to really pick up operations to see if they can open up another front in the war, which would take a quite significant amount of resources, or this is an attempt by the Russian Federation to, put enough resources to pull the Ukrainians away from other fronts, to make the Ukrainians send a few thousand more troops over to that axis instead of a few thousand more troops to the Pokrovsk axis, which is going to cause them a lot more damage. And either way, it is hard to say. There's also more footage of what happened in Zaporizhzhia right here. If you want it from an above angle, if you didn't like the close-up shot. As you can see, these vehicles trying to maneuver an escape route as they drop off soldiers, and artillery just tear apart this point. Oh, here, that's a really hard shot to see. You can see them try to drag away their comrades, but those guys are goners. I'm sorry. You don't really get hit by artillery like that and make it. That's kind of an instant one and done situation. And there goes one of the vehicles trying to get away that was taken out on the way out. A lot of these guys hole up in these tiny little homes like this. And the problem is, if there's an FPV ramming into it once or twice, consuming it's not like an incendiary bomb is going to catch everything on fire. It might not be the biggest problem in the world. It might still be a problem, especially if you're upstairs taking a shit or something. But when a tank like this is a Ukrainian tank that they sent to respond to the offensive, rolls up and starts shelling the position and creating not only, shrapnel and explosives that could tear you to bits, but also holes in the building that can then be exploited by FPVs carrying incendiary bombs, it really just feels like a waiting game. Anyway, that's enough of the violence on the Zaporizhzhia front, and I think of the frontline updates. I don't really have much more to describe. Here's some crazy footage from Sumy. So Sumy is a major pathway for Ukrainian drones. I filmed there a lot with anti-drone units. If you are a journalist, I do know that a few journalists who do some reporting here listen to the program. I know they have maybe difficulty at night sleeping like many other in the city. If you want to film drone interception work, I recommend filming in the Sumy region. I have had the most success filming in the Sumy region. It's not the only place I have filmed with anti-drone teams, but it's the only place that I have found success, and quite a bountiful amount of success. And the reason why is that when you're going to either Kiev or other places in Western Ukraine, the Sumy region is used as a highway, as a aerial highway for Russian bomber kamikaze drones. And of course, they also use it for the kamikaze drones that they want to throw at Sumy itself. So a lot of work for the Ukrainian anti-air teams. Well, here is one of those kamikaze drones slamming straight into the middle of the city center.
Ёбаный в рот. Ёбаный в рот.
Right outside a mall.
Твою мать, сука, нахуй! Блядь! Ебать! Нахуй, блядь!
Bad day. Bad day that fella had. Okay, so Steve Rosenberg is back from vacation, and you guys know what that means. What that means
Back in Moscow
is that I want to listen to Russian state's headlines. I want to listen to him. I want to listen to him bad. And we got 2 segments from him. One that goes into the tug of war that Donald Trump's being brought in between Zelensky and Putin as the Russian papers gloat over the fact that they got Trump back in their orbit. And then a article that is pretty clear that whether or not they have the Budapest summit, the Russian papers are of the position no ceasefire.
Well, I'm back in Moscow after my holiday and back with the Russian papers, which this morning devote plenty of column space to the Trump-Putin meeting in Budapest that could happen soon. Whether or not it does, the pro-Kremlin press is clearly delighted by the prospect of another high-profile US-Russia summit, this time in Europe, but without the EU at the table. A military commentator in Komsomolskaya Pravda writes, "We look forward to the summit in Budapest, but have no illusions. Personally, I see no grounds for a ceasefire, but seeing what's happening around Pokrovsk, Kostiantinovka and Kupiansk, I have cautious optimism that Russia's negotiating position will be strengthened." Moskovsky Komsomolets takes issue with Donald Trump saying, "Let both Russia and Ukraine claim victory." No, in real life this doesn't happen. Maybe history doesn't teach us anything, but we are still paying for Gorbachev's unilateral end to the Cold War, where there are no victors. With our blood and with our territories, there is always one winner. So the special military operation will not end anytime soon. No hint of compromise then in that comment, but plenty of resentment at the loss of empire. And it's an example of the alternative reality which is presented to the Russian public. In reality, Russia has been seizing and occupying Ukrainian territories. Same paper, and this commentator is both criticizing Donald Trump and celebrating Moscow's apparent ability to talk him out of stronger support for Kiev. In the game of Trump tug of war, we're in the lead again. In the couple of weeks before the meeting with Putin in Budapest, Trump will be pulled in the opposite direction by telephone calls and visits from Europe. Then Putin will pull him back to our side again. Peacemaking is difficult today, even if all you want to do is declare that you've concluded peace without actually doing it. And Trump doesn't need anything more than a loud statement about having ended the 7th, 8th, 9th war, or whatever number it is.
It's sad how on point some of these Russian state media outlets can really be on the finer details of Trump when they're analyzing him more like a predator than they are as an admirer or person with a distaste. Like, oh, you know, if he gets to announce his 9th fucking peace deal, then, I mean, won't he be happy? If he's just trying to impress the people in Oslo, that's all that really matters here. If he keeps saying that it doesn't really matter, it's across the Atlantic anyway. And I mean, like, look, if he gets to declare peace in the Congo, even if people keep getting slaughtered and massacred, and that's all that really matters to him, then yeah, I guess that would be that. Though it would be pretty embarrassing for him to declare peace and then immediately just TV channels are filled with explosions. I guess there might be a bit of a bias here in the fact that Trump declares peace in the Congo and the fact that there's still violence there is kind of a byline. Whereas I think if he declared peace in Ukraine and then there was the largest air attack on record, that would kind of probably be more than a byline. Though, of course, Ukraine doesn't get all of the prominent coverage I still think it deserves.
The paper also wonders how Vladimir Putin will get to Budapest, which route he'll take, since many countries unfriendly to us have closed their airspace to our aircraft. But a Russian general declares, "I have no doubt that Trump will make all NATO states fall in line. An impeccably conducted meeting is a matter of prestige for him. Therefore, representatives of European states will click their heels and stand to attention until our plane flies over. Even on the ground, they will stand for an hour before our plane appears and another hour after it's gone. The condescending, mocking tone here is very evident. The Russian government paper Российская газета declares the Russia-US summit is scaring the European elite. The announcement of Budapest as the venue for a new summit of the US and Russian presidents is a nightmare for EU leaders. Even if there is no breakthrough on Ukraine, for Budapest, the summit will be of the utmost importance in its confrontation with Brussels. European bureaucrats have always tried to portray Orban as a pariah. They regularly try to punish Hungary. But now, everything has changed. The leaders of the two most powerful states on the planet are going to Orban. And the Ursulas, the Macrons, and the Merzes are forced in impotent anger to watch what is happening from the sidelines. Europeans have been saying for years that the European Union should become an active global player, another centre of power. The meeting in Budapest shatters these aspirations to smithereens. Which brings me back to my original point. Moscow sees geopolitical positives in the idea of a Budapest summit, whatever the outcome. As for that tie Pete Hegseth was wearing during the meeting with President Zelensky, Moscow is clearly delighted by that too. The Российская газета, the colours of Pentagon Chief Pete Hegseth's tie were those of the American and Russian flags. Moskovsky Komsomolets, Minister of War Hegseth's white, blue and red tie, this is quite different from Ursula's blue and yellow. Just wait, Zelensky, until Trump and Putin start digging their tunnel linking the US and Russia.
State media jubilant at the fact that, in their words, they are now winning the tug of war with one phone call and description of the war as a special military operation, and the fact that their economy is doing great, and they seem to have won Trump over until next week.
A drop in business activity in Russia and falling demand for steel. First, what the Russian papers are saying this morning about the war in Ukraine and the possible Budapest summit of Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. This editorial into...
One second, there's some questions in chat. Dylan, have you ever been attacked by a drone on the front line? I mean, subject to drone attacks. I mean, yeah, I haven't been hit by a drone, but we've had to like hide from drones and stuff like that before, or drones have like spotted us and then like mortars have fired. But I've never gotten hit. Thankfully.
Today's Независимая газета concedes we don't know for sure what Putin and Zelensky are offering Trump. But Russia's idea of how to end the conflict, with Kiev renouncing territorial claims, may seem faster to the US president than Ukraine's. Kiev's option is de facto long-term containment of Russia with the help of American weapons and the waiting game. Trump has no time, and large-scale economic projects with Russia probably seem more attractive to him than selling weapons to those who cannot or don't want to pay for them. It is for these reasons that Trump really can periodically lean towards Putin's option and put more pressure on Kiev. The US president needs a quick deal, even if it is a basic and preliminary one. If Budapest does happen, but there is no agreement on Ukraine, what then? It's clear that Russia will blame Europe. It already is. Izvestia, the EU is boosting attempts to derail the Russia-US summit. Brussels has chosen escalation by preparing to impose new sanctions on Russia, creating a negative agenda ahead of the Budapest summit.
See, the idea is that Trump's the peacemaker, Europe's the troublemaker. Trump wants to make peace so close, and he's right over the hill. But it's the Europeans that keep coming in and spoiling it with the sanctions packages that Trump said he would do, but then backed out of. And then Europe said, okay, we'll just keep doing it anyway. But somehow the thing that they've been doing for the whole war is going to derail it. But you ever notice that no matter what action Europe takes with the sanctions package this way or the other, it never really stops any of the dog walking that the Russians do with Donald Trump and negotiations?
Kommersant, Europe is trying to derail a Russia-US deal on Ukraine. Mind you, from what this military expert tells Moskovsky Komsomolets today, it doesn't sound as if Moscow plans to stop fighting in Ukraine. The Russian army demonstrates confident superiority on the battlefield, and the morale of our servicemen remains high. For us, a cessation of hostilities is inadvisable. The continuation of the special military operation until the full completion of the tasks is not only a military necessity, but the constitutional duty of the state to protect its territorial integrity. He adds, whoever is stronger on the battlefield dictates the terms, and Ukraine itself wanted this conflict. This is another example of the parallel reality being painted here. Keep in mind, it was Russia that launched the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And as for this reference to constitutional duty and territorial integrity, first, Russia seized and occupied Ukrainian territories and then included them in the Russian constitution. From today's Kommersant, we learn that Russia is lowering the age of criminal responsibility for acts of sabotage to 14 years old. Meanwhile, a Kommersant source estimates the petrol shortage in Russia at 20% of standard monthly supplies. On business activity, in September, the activity of small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, was the lowest since the end of 2022. For the first time since December 2022, the RSBI index, which measures the level of business activity of SMEs, went into decline, falling below 50 points. More and more companies expect a drop in revenue, and the share of those who are denied loans has also increased. Entrepreneurs are in no hurry to invest in business expansion or hire new employees. What's more, demand for metal has fallen to its lowest level for many years. Over 10 months, demand for steel on the Russian market has decreased by 15%.
Steel. A heavy unit used in construction. Of course, it'd be very helpful in war-making industries, but can't just have war. Heavily used in construction, and I know construction in Russia has taken a major hit. Did you tell Zelensky he needed to cede all of the Donbass region to Russia? No, we never discussed it. Of course, this is very much different than what was reported. No, we never discussed it. We think that they should do is just stop the lines where they are. What do you think should happen with the Donbass? I think 78% of the land is already taken. Yeah, never discussed it. You leave it where it is. Reminder, Trump at the start of the war said that he would try to get Ukraine back as much land as he could. I guess his answer was none.
Friday, you said you had a cordial meeting with President Zelensky. During that meeting, did you tell him he needed to cede all of the Donbass region to Russia?
No, we never discussed it. We think that what they should do is just stop at the lines where they are, the battle lines. You have a battle line right now. The rest is very tough to negotiate. If you're going to say, you take this, we take that, there's so many different permutations. So what I say is they should stop right now at the battle lines. Go home, stop killing people, and be done.
What do you think should happen with the Donbass region then?
Let it be cut the way it is. It's cut up right now. I think 78% of the land is already taken by Russia. You leave it the way it is right now. They can negotiate something later on down the line. But I said cut and stop at the battle line. Go home. Stop fighting. Stop killing people.
What do you think?
Wow. Took them 10 months to come up with that. Just stop shooting at each other. Art of the deal, folks. Art of the deal. Too high level for any of us to figure out. Great question asked by a reporter today towards Trump. Of course, he responded to it with immense anger. Question being, you're the most powerful person on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow? He didn't not appreciate that question.
And you have within your power, the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do. Really, I don't think you do because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price.
Wow. Well, they've been paying a big price anyway. So good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Okay. Let us keep going. What do we cover next? You know what? We're on a Trump roll. We're on a foreign policy roll. Let's do Argentina and Gaza. These are two pretty big stories. I think we start with Gaza, no? Dylan, have you seen Trump answering the question why money should be diverted from U.S. farmers to Argentina? I don't know if I saw that specific question answered. If you want to link that one, I'd be comfortable with hearing that. Trump will create peace in South America. He'll create peace somewhere eventually, I imagine. If he just keeps trying, if he just keeps swinging, eventually, he'll strike peace. Eventually he'll strike peace. Okay, let's talk about what's going on in Gaza. So there has been a ceasefire in Gaza now going on a few weeks. Now, in the first wave of the ceasefire, the living hostages were turned over, Israeli hostages, to Israel. Hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, those who have yet to have charges brought against them, and those charged with acts of terrorism, were released from Israeli custody in response as part of the deal. After that was done, there was supposed to be a multiple wave of Israeli withdrawals that coincide with different stages of Hamas's demilitarization, stepping down from power, and the Palestinian Authority, the PA, taking over the Gaza Strip as elections are held, with the meantime, the authority being held by an international body that is appointed by a board headed by Donald Trump. It had 20 points. It was a plan. Was it exactly a clear-cut plan? Maybe not most clear-cut plan, but it was a plan to eventually get Israeli soldiers out of Gaza with time and to stop the fighting as of right now. And they agreed to it. They exchanged hostages. And then the lack of fighting broke down very quickly. First off, Hamas started to mobilize its fighters in Gaza in the immediate aftermath of the ceasefire, as they saw their ability to have hold on power, their ability to hold the Gaza Strip and be politically influential. They saw that slipping. They also saw I don't even know if I'd call them pro-Israeli. I would just call them Israeli supported militias. They clashed and feuded with Hamas, and some of them were taken and executed in the public street. And it was quite a dramatic scene as these executions were going off. And immediately as these executions started going off, people started thinking like, wait, if they're executing all these people, if Hamas has mobilized these thousands of fighters to establish control over this area of the Gaza Strip, then are they going to demilitarize? I mean, that was part of the agreement. Part of the agreement was not just that the violence immediately stops and Israeli soldiers and Hamas fighters stop shooting each other. It was also that they demilitarize and give up power in exchange for the amnesty that they would get. But if they are currently fighting with pro-Israeli, Israeli-backed militias, and these Israeli-backed militias, these are killers. These are thugs. If they're going out there and they're fighting with these guys, what's the future of demilitarization? What's the future of them fulfilling that promise? Well, it doesn't really look that promising. And so eventually, after these executions, there were some Palestinians who, according to the Israelis, stepped over the line of withdrawal and they shot some Palestinian civilians. There were also instances where 2 Israeli soldiers were killed. And after those 2 Israeli soldiers were killed by, I don't know if they were Hamas fighters. I don't know if they were Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters. I don't know what it was, but they were killed. And Israel responded to that and the swath of executions with airstrikes, blowing up buildings in the Strip, killing dozens of Palestinians. The Israeli military has said it will resume enforcement of the ceasefire in Gaza after launching airstrikes on Sunday in response to what it called Hamas's blatant violation of the deal. Strikes began in southern Gaza after the Israeli military said terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards its troops in Rafah, killing 2 soldiers. Hamas said it was unaware of any clashes in the area under Israeli control. By evening, Israel said it had hit Hamas targets across Gaza, with hospital sources saying 44 people were killed. Hamas had said it was committed to the ceasefire, but accused Israel of violations and warned strikes could push the situation towards total collapse. After 2100 local time, the IDF said it had begun renewed enforcement of the ceasefire, adding that it would uphold the agreement and respond firmly to any violations of it. The statement did not directly specify whether an earlier announcement to suspend aid entering Gaza had also been reversed. So they had stopped the ceasefire for a little bit, fired a bunch of shots, stopped aid, then stopped the shots, announced that at 2100 hours, but we have yet to hear an announcement of whether or not they are going to allow the aid back in. So this shows that the Israelis are more than willing to use force past the end of the ceasefire, and the immediate fear that some might think could exist in the mind of Netanyahu of Trump's retaliation of the suspension of weapons shipments or XYZ, depending upon how the ceasefire goes, as Donald Trump wants to be seen as the peacemaker. And if violence completely spirals out of control and we're right back to like ground offensive operations or near daily airstrikes, then Donald Trump can call it peace. I mean, he called the Congo peace while massacres were going on, but the Congo was never getting as much attention as the Gaza Strip. And so this is something he's going to be more sensitive about. But they show that they're willing to do airstrikes anyway. That they're willing to do very deadly airstrikes. I mean, that's 44 lives. And they also showed that they were willing to take out Palestinians who they say crossed the line. So I think that there is a really good chance that this is not the last wave of violence. I said when the deal was signed that my concern was whether or not Hamas would feel compelled once, the hostages were exchanged and they got some Palestinian hostages back, once they had given up that leverage, once that's done, they would really give up their guns and they would demilitarize. Because that means giving up leverage, that means giving up potential lethal force, that means giving up an ability to control the Gaza Strip with lethal force. And considering that the Israelis are sponsoring militias so they can have more influence in the Gaza Strip, and they would very much like to see other forces come to power, including forces that might not be as dedicated to a future Palestinian state, which is something that this Israeli government very much would like to sabotage. I mean, look, my fear was that they would not go through with it. That in the long run, Hamas's goals of creating a Palestinian state and having political control would run headlong into this ceasefire or peace deal, because Israel is not willing to accept Hamas continuing to have control in Gaza under any circumstances, up into and including all previous statements made to this point as of October 22nd, 2025. And as those two sides are inconsolable, Hamas does not want to give up all of its power or all of its guns. Israel does not want Hamas to be a thing. And it was a potential point of clash. And Donald Trump keeps announcing peace, keeps declaring peace and flowers and clouds and rainbows, keeps declaring these things before we really know that they're here. And he certainly, before he's established that he can maintain it. The Congo is the clearest example. He declares peace after high pressure negotiations with the leader of the Congo and the leader of Rwanda, but did not include the M23 rebels. That was what Qatar was doing. And so the M23 rebels continued to clash. Then the pro-government militias continued to clash. Then the Islamic State aligned ADF continued to massacre hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds dead. And they're like, okay, well, that doesn't seem very peaceful. That doesn't seem like a successful peace deal, even though Trump continues to claim it. If we had a more aggressive press, if we had a press that could get information to people, that would be a political killer. For any other administration, that might be a political killer. Not because everybody would care about the Congo, but the image of mission accomplished on that banner as it's falling down on that aircraft carrier from Bush. You know, that image being repeated is not something any politician should desire. So I think that the signs were there. Trump has not really been good at building the building blocks. He has the highest chance of success, in my opinion, in the Middle East. In the Middle East, the United States has outsized economic leverage, a very outsized military leverage, and Donald Trump is somebody who's very willing to play personally corrupt. And when you're dealing with a region of greedy royals, that actually might be useful. And so I think that out of all the regions where Donald Trump could potentially have success, and I really am hoping that there is success, because my God, we don't really, 65 to 67,000 dead in Gaza. Of course, you've got the thousands dead on the Israeli side as well, despite the gigantic disparity. And really, we don't even know if that's really inclusive of all the dead. There are still many people that are missing and many corpses that can be assumed that are lost under the rubble. So if we can avoid another war, I don't care if Trump claims credit for it. I don't care who claims credit for it. I hope history and I hope we are honest about who ended up bringing that about. But if Donald Trump can't maintain the peace, then he has not achieved peace. Peace is not just a word that you gold plate and you put it on the side of one of your buildings and you say, ta-da, or you do it with a stake, or you do it with a clothing line. It's something that needs to be actively maintained, and you need to try to control the factors that could, potentially blow up in your face. I.e., in reference to this, a factor that could blow up in somebody's face could be, does Hamas really want to disarm? Does Hamas really want to give up power? Another factor that could blow up in your face is people like Smotrich or other far-right people in the Israeli cabinet who have zero interest in this war stopping and want to continue the war because they want to control the Gaza Strip, period, end of paragraph, no compromise, forever. And you got to look up at all these potential places of combustion, and you need to not only control for them at the outset, but control for them in the long run. Control for them a month from now, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now. That you can control for these factors. And Trump, with his attention span, considering how in-depth he wants to get on these missions, with he's literally throwing Ukrainian war maps off, like, I don't want to see this, Zelensky. I'm tired of it. Follow through might be a problem for Trump. It might say something that first-term Trump, one of the ways that the people around him that were trying to keep the country afloat, what they did to try to contain the damage he did is he would say something stupid, Like he'd make a stupid suggestion, like make every Tuesday Taco Tuesday federally, give everyone tacos. I don't know, something silly. And he'd throw, and they would be, oh yeah, sure, Mr. President. And they just would never mention it again. And there was like a 50-50 chance Trump would just forget about it and never bring it up again. And before you did anything else to try to move him off the ball, just say, sure, Mr. President, and forget about it. There's a reason why that reputation exists. Then again, he wants to keep that peacemaker reputation. But a desire for the reputation and good branding, a peace deal, and a stable peace for sure, does not make. Question. The reason why I have shaky faith in the ceasefire, I've laid out clearly. But I mean, you could also take a hint from the people who are part of this administration who seem to also have maybe less than foolhardy confidence in the ceasefire. Listen to Mr. J.D. Vance.
Well, Jared's the investor here. I'm not going to give you a percentage, but look, what we've seen the past week gives me great optimism the ceasefire is going to hold. And if we get from where we were a week ago to a long-term durable peace between Israel and Gaza, there are going to be hills and valleys. There are going to be moments where it looks like things aren't going particularly well. But given that, and given the history of conflict, I think that everybody should be proud of where we are today.
I mean, like 44 dead, the airstrikes. I mean, that is today. Oh, I don't know if we should be particularly proud of that. Look, is it guaranteed that the ceasefire falls apart? No, and I hope it doesn't. I hope the ceasefire stays together. I hope it works. I think there's reasons for Israel to wipe their hands with this, and I think there is a lot of reasons for the Palestinians. Hamas, I think it's a little bit more confusing, especially since there's no guarantee for a Palestinian state in this agreement, and they have always said that they will not agree to demilitarize until a Palestinian state is guaranteed. And I'm not even talking about the problems on the Israeli side right now with the far-right coalition and motivations to continue, motivations to expand more violence into the West Bank. But as of right now, despite the massacres, Vance is saying that the deal is going better than expected. Despite the executions, despite the airstrikes, they say that it is going better than expected. My question is, what did they expect? That's my first question. And my second question is, how do we measure success? Because how many airstrikes can we see before we say that, no, this isn't a bump in the road is just bumpy? Okay, I think it's time to talk about Argentina. Talk a little bit of South America. A little bit of difference. By the way, when Trump talks about this ceasefire, he talks about it as if he has solved the issue of Israel-Palestine. Go listen to him talk about it. He says this is the first time this has ever been achieved in 500 years. Really like solve the issue. Like, even in his own 20-point deal, it says that, hey, a Palestinian state is aspirational. We acknowledge that they want a Palestinian state. Like, it's not a permanent settlement. But he talks as if he has brought peace to all Jews and Muslims. He says it's the first time it's ever been achieved, and some would say 500 years. No one would say that. Only you would say that. Don't know why he chose 500 years. I think some people just like to throw out random numbers. I mean, you could throw out the like the 1880s, where you can throw out like when Jews used to be there a long, long time, like in large number. Okay, let's talk Argentina. So, the Trump administration has decided to put forward 20 billion smackaroons, $20 billion towards the Argentine economy to switch them out for the Argentinian currency in order to prop up their currency. See, uh, Argent the Argentines have decided that they're going to have a partially dollarized economy, meaning that when you go to Argentina, there's a lot of business that is done not only in their domestic currency and what they domestically produce, but also in dollars, because the dollar keeps value quite steadily. And so when you have a currency that has had inflation problems and has devaluation problems, and that there's been a publicly government announced number and rate for what the currency is worth, and then there's a blue rate, what is more commonly known as like the real rate, that's a problem. And so people have used the US dollar as something that is more stable, because the dollar is seen as a currency that is stable. But in President Milei's attempts to stabilize the economy, cut government spending, implement his anarcho-capitalist beliefs, and push forward with the stabilization of the economy, he's found a problem that has not just plagued him, but has plagued others. He needs money to defend the currency. He needs money to keep the currency at a decent value so he doesn't have another crisis, so it doesn't spiral. The problem is they've already taken quite a lot of money from the IMF. In fact, the IMF's largest ever loan of what I believe was like $47 or $57 billion was done in 2018 to Argentina. So Argentina had really pulled on the purse strings of all these international organizations to empty their pockets into their pocket, and is having trouble enough trying to pay back that. Not saying they're ever going to all of it, but pay back what they can. So that's already a problem for Argentina. So going back to the IMF, going back to these organizations that Milei targeted and critiqued people for going to, I don't know if that's really the plan, Chief. And so the plan became going to the United States government and getting them to exchange these $20 billion. Now, mind you, Donald Trump did not go to Congress to ask for $20 billion. And if you're going to take $20 billion out of the United States and give it over to the Argentinians, you think that Congress should know about it. You think Congress should have a say. The most specifically elected representatives to represent districts across the country, they should get a say when giving a country $20 billion, especially when Donald Trump was elected on a mandate of America First, stabilize the economy, and that we don't want to give out any more big handouts on the international stage. We don't want to get taken advantage of anymore. We're going to be cold cut business people. We don't want to get taken advantage of. We don't want to give out all these free handouts. And the big example that he kept bringing up was Ukraine. It became the Republican punching bag on the campaign trail was, oh, the Ukrainians got this free thing and the Ukrainians got that free thing. I will tell you, going on the front line and listening to how much of a Ukrainian serviceman's equipment bag and his uniform is purchased out of his own pocket, it makes you question exactly the way that they emphasize it. If they might be emphasizing $350 billion in a way that's a lie, since it isn't $350 billion. That's double what it actually was. But $20 billion, that's a lot of money. Why doesn't he go to Congress? Because they're not going to Congress. They use a trick where the Treasury has $220 billion at its disposal that it's supposed to generally have on reserve that we're deciding to take from that and give to Argentina. And by doing that, he does not have to go through Congress. He can subvert Congress and go straight to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and get him to do it. Mind you, this is the same country that is currently selling its soybeans to China and making a huge profit, taking up our previous market share as American soybean farmers in Iowa and North Dakota are suffering, and many of them are facing bankruptcy and pleading for the government, praying for the government to do something, as these tariffs are tearing them apart. And as these tariffs are tearing them apart, as these tariffs are hurting these soybean farmers, right after we sign over those $20 billion to the Argentinians, they take up our previous market share, both making them a pretty penny, losing us the sales, and helping solve China's problem of a soybean shortage. So that's quite a problem for us. That's quite a problem for American soybean farmers. And we're going to be giving $20 billion to those who are their direct competitors. We're going to give $20 billion to a government to prop it up at the same time that it is undercutting us, not just in the marketplace, but directly in this period of high-stakes negotiations where we've turned on the economic screws that are not only hurting the Chinese, it is hurting the Chinese, is also hurting Americans, including, of course, most notably, those who are being discussed, soybean farmers. So, $20 billion. You want to know the kicker? It's not just $20 billion. It's actually $40 billion. $20 billion in U.S. funds, and the government is currently trying to gather another $20 billion to help back the peso out of private investors. So the president is taking time to call up this investor and that investor, not just get $20 billion for the Argentines, but $40 billion for the Argentines. Now, how important is the Argentine economy for the United States? Not very. Now, I'm not saying it has no effect. Of course, you know, if the Argentine economy is doing good, I'm sure it has some positive downstream effect. But does it really directly affect us? Not really that much, no. And so it's not like they have any like specific chokehold on any rare earth metal or a specific like farmed good or anything like that. And so this leaves me in a precarious position because I'm trying to listen to the Trump administration justify why, you know, they gave all this money over to their administration. And I've gotten two responses, right? The first response is we need to help Argentina because they're in a bad place and they're pushing a good philosophy and it's a good country and we need to help them. They're in crisis. It's something along these themes.
What's the benefit for United States in helping this way Argentina?
Just helping a great philosophy take over a great country. Argentina is one of the most beautiful countries that I've ever seen. And we want to see it succeed. It's very simple. I mean, we don't have to do it. It's not going to make a big difference for our country, but it will in terms of South America. If Argentina does well, you're going to have others following, and a lot of others are following.
You hear that? Even Trump himself acknowledging it won't do a lot for us. Here is him going on the farmers, on the idea that, hey, look, what do you have to say to farmers that feel that this deal is benefiting the Argentinians who are selling these soybeans more than them, as they still don't have any support from the federal government to make up for their catastrophic losses this year?
is what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as
Look,
they are a top
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
So he talks about this idea of it generally be good for the region and like XYZ, but that doesn't seem to really make much sense. That doesn't seem to really make much sense. He says it isn't really going to help them much. But you know what he says? I like the president. And in the last comment, it was, I like their philosophy. And so you know what the other one is? And this is made very explicit when Trump said, this support for Argentina, this $20 billion, then made to $40 billion, is dependent upon the party of Javier Milei winning the parliamentary elections later this month, actually. Meaning that potentially this entire deal could go up in flames if Javier Milei has a bad election. And that this doesn't really even seem like a deal with a country, more like a deal with a president who might very well not have that much power in the country after the parliamentary elections. And the future of Argentina is very much in the air. So it seems like, honestly, motivated in large part by trying to help his political ally, Javier Milei, stay in power in Argentina as Milei starts to lose more and more and more support. And the odds are, going into the parliamentary elections, that the opposition is actually going to gain in leaps and bounds. And so to me, what it really looks like is Donald Trump is talking about $20 to $40 billion for the Argentinians to help his political ally. Now, mind you, when he says, oh, they're dying, they're fighting, they're struggling, they're fighting for survival, why isn't that language ever used about the Ukrainians? Why isn't this talk of, oh, they're fighting for survival, they need that support, they need it? Why is that never extended to the air defense systems that are necessary for Ukraine to defend its cities, or the missile systems that are necessary to knock out the drones that terrorize civilians on a daily basis? Why is it only applied to the country that continues to be poorly economically managed? And it is decisions by the government that has put them there, not bombings from a separate government that has come in and invaded. So Donald Trump's sympathy seems to be layered. And when I say layered, I mean have very thick on the top, very thin at its core when it comes to the war, and very thick on the bottom. Oh boy, George Santos. Maybe if Zelensky was a raging lunatic dictator, Trump might actually like him. Don't give him any ideas. I wonder if he succeeded in that anti-corruption thing, like pulling back the independence powers of the anti-corruption bureaus in Ukraine. Of NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Maybe then Trump would respect him, because he's like, yeah, you showed those damn libtard institutionalists. You sure showed them. Woo. Someone just added me this picture. At Dylan, you say Trump has no follow through. What's this then? God, he does not have tennis body. Well, just some bodies are just not made for some. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but maybe it's sports are not for everyone. Certainly not all sports are not for everyone. So Donald Trump has decided to commute the sentence. He has this power, the power of the pardon, and he likes to remind everybody that, oh, I have the power. I could use it however I want, whenever I want. I'm the president. He loves that. He loves to remind everybody that. And he has decided to use it once again to commute the sentence of one of the most guilty men that have ever guiltied, Representative George Santos, who served just a few months out of his 7-year prison sentence. Trump said his commutation would release Santos from prison immediately. He would immediately be leaving prison. He found this out from prison television after other inmates saw it. He was then quickly contacted, and then he walked out of the prison. His boyfriend went to pick him up from the prison, and that was that. Now look, George Santos has been in prison for a very short period of time, considering that he was sentenced for 7 years. 7 years. It's quite a chunk of change to get just a few months for. Commute a sentence. I think that he's really transformed in some way. Let me give you guys some of the thinking behind this commutation of his sentence. Mind you, this guy has been found guilty of wire fraud. George Santos was like taking the credit cards of other Congress people and like charging them. He lied about everything from his work experience to his college experience to his mother's experience around 9/11. And this is somebody who then doubled down on that identity theft, doubled down on committing wired fraud, doubled down on stealing from his colleagues. Oh my God! I mean, like the way he abused the campaign finance system. Like, this is somebody who was steeped in criminal activity. But listen to Donald Trump's thought process as to why he was pardoned. Of course, one of Santos's lawyers said, Joseph Murray, God bless President Donald J. Trump. In April, when Santos was sentenced to jail, a judge told him, "You got elected with your words, most of which were lies." He reportedly cried in court and begged for forgiveness, saying, "I cannot rewrite the past, but I can control the road ahead." Prosecutors argued that the novice politician had lied about his background and misused campaign funds to finance his lifestyle, including, by the way, OnlyFans subscriptions. He used campaign funds for pussy. Like, there's a boldness to it that you must admire. In his post, Trump justified the move. This was Trump's justification. Trump justified the move by criticizing another Democratic lawmaker, Senator Richard Blumenthal, which he accused of fabricating his military service. Basically, he says, look, this guy exaggerated his military service. So now, just because George Santos said his mom died on 9/11 when she wasn't anywhere near 9/11, and lied about his work history, and lied about his college history, and lied about his basic life facts, and engaged in a little bit of wire fraud and stole from his colleagues and used campaign funds to pay for pornography. That doesn't mean that he should face consequences. This is far worse. This is a quote from Donald Trump. This is far worse than what George Santos did. And at least Santos had the courage and conviction and intelligence to always vote Republican. Let me read that again. Always have the courage to always vote Republican. What does that say to you? Mind you, he doesn't tell me that or tell you that his crimes were not crimes. I just signed a commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. It's like, yippee! Woohoo! Yay! Go Team George Santos! Go Team George Santos! That's the vibe that comes from this. There's no justification for what he did. He just says, other people have lied too. And since other people have lied, it's okay that you lied. We'll also forget about all these other crimes that you did. Don't worry about it. And why? Oh, it's because you always vote Republican. So it's not based off of his innocence. It's not based off of some type of, he's had some come to Jesus moment where now he knows the error of his ways. It is, you voted the right way, you get commuted. Mind you, Donald Trump, after his campaign promised they would not pardon violent criminals once he got into office, pardoned all of the January 6th rioters, including violent criminals that after he pardoned got into shootouts with police. There seems to be a trend here of rewarding those criminals, even violent criminals, even financial criminals, even embarrassing criminals. And that's just the case with George Santos. He's an embarrassing criminal. Oh, my mom died in 9/11 in order to get sympathy to win an election. It's pathetic. Of course, also disrespectful to actual victims of 9/11, but it's also terribly pathetic that he did not think he was interesting enough in order to win an election on his own. And so now George Santos is making the media run, saying how sorry he is and how he deserves forgiveness and XYZ, and you'll just have to judge him for who he is now. Here's his most recent media appearance, which he immediately started doing once leaving prison. Immediately out of prison, instead of taking a week to just chill and play games or just just go out have a drink or something, he decides, let's get on the television.
A lot of people on Friday when he commuted the sentence of former Congressman George Santos. Santos was 3 months into a 7-year sentence for wire fraud and aggravated identity theft. Here with me now is former Congressman George Santos. Thank you so much for being here. First, tell us about the conversation that you had with President Trump after he commuted your sentence.
I like how his outfit is so dark that it loses all of its features.
Thank you for having me, Dana. So, look, as far as having the conversation and its nature, I'll just leave it at the president was very kind, and it was a humbling experience to have the privilege of speaking to a sitting president of the United States. Where I come from, that's just not something that happens, and it's not normal for my family and I. So I'll leave the contents of the conversation private.
It's also not normal for a president to commute the sentence of somebody like you who pled guilty to the crimes that you did. So were you surprised that this happened? Did you expect the commutation?
I had no expectations. I wasn't even aware until I learned it off of the chyron of mainstream media inside of the prison myself. I had just been released from segregated isolation after 41 days for absolute no valid reason other than retaliatory warden.
So sorry,
I learned it from the TV.
Yeah, so I mean, that's incredible. You were standing in prison You looked up at television, and that's where you saw that your sentence was commuted?
More like I didn't see it. Other inmates saw it and called me over to see it. I was not in the room at the time, and then I made my way to see it. I called my family, and they told me it had happened, but I was not aware. It was surprise.
I want to just read to you something that your fellow New York Republican, the Congressman Nick Lalotta, tweeted after he saw that your sentence was commuted. He said, George Santos didn't merely lie, he stole millions, defrauded an election, and his crimes, for which he pled guilty, warrant more than a 3-month sentence. He should devote the rest of his life to demonstrating remorse and making restitution to those he wronged. Another New York Republican, Congressman Andrew Garbarino, who is part of the ethics committee, at least he was when they were investigating you, said your victims haven't been made whole and that, quote, he has shown no remorse. The less than 3 months that he spent in prison is not justice. What's your response?
Look, they're entitled to their opinion. Look, Dana, this isn't about tit for tat. It's not about revenge. It's not about retribution.
Who said anything about revenge and retribution? The question was about whether or not you had really paid for your crimes, and you really show remorse or you've righted the wrong. If you've made good for your victims. I don't know. Nobody said anything about revenge.
It's obvious they are my critics, and they have the right to do that. And they have the right to say whatever they're saying. I'm not going to sit here and go on my former colleagues, Lalotta.
By the way, what is this? These are Republicans from New York. That would have been absolutely ecstatic to have a gay Republican congressman from the state of New York to point out and be like, "Oh, look!" They would have loved that, in much better circumstances. But I mean, Oh, my critics. What, the people who don't like lying? People who don't like wire fraud? What do you mean your critics? What, like McGruff the crime dog would be a critic, I assume?
And Garbarino, it's just, that's not what it's about. For me, I'm looking at this very simply, Dana. I'm going to look to the future. I've learned a great deal and a very large slice of humble pie, if not the entire pie, for the experience I had at FCI Ferriton under the care of war.
The entire pie. You were there for 3 months. Months out of a 7-year sentence. You should consider yourself lucky.
Gordon Kelly, but I will say that this isn't about that. I don't want to rehash and go into these things. Life is too short. I have been granted a second chance. I have made a very concise decision to apply that for good and use that to make amends with my community, with my friends, with my family, and those who I have left a sour taste in their mouth. And hopefully one day get my critics to at least appreciate that I've turned around and done better with my life. This isn't about, glitter, stars, and glam or going back to Congress. So it's really not. This is a very personal journey and road for me ahead. It is not going to be easy. I am still a felon. I still wear the scorn of my poor choices and my poor decisions.
The fact that he wasn't pardoned and he had his sentence commuted means that he still carries the charges. It just means that he won't have to serve the rest of his sentence.
Decisions, and I have to fight that myself. Now, if you want to talk about my sentence, look, I argue there were three defendants in my case, myself, my treasurer, and a former staffer. My treasurer gets a 3-year probation sentence, which is appropriate for a first-time nonviolent white-collar crime. I get a 7-year disproportionate sentence that is anything but political if you talk to anybody who really looks at these kind of cases. And then you look at my staffer who's still sitting in FCI Ferriton, which is Sam Mealy, unfairly. So you really need to take this and see what's equitable here. So I still think for it to be equitable, Sam Mealy should have a commutation afforded to him. And I think that probation would have been the appropriate sentence from the get, restitution, probation. And now I don't make those decisions. I'm very grateful to President Trump, Dana. And I sit here quite literally. I don't know how much more humbled I can get before people believe I'm humble or remorseful, but I can just do the best in my actions moving forward.
You were ordered by the court to pay $370,000 in restitution to the people you defrauded. Will you still pay that back?
Well, if you really say the people, I just want to be clear with your audience so that we're not misleading them. 85% of that really goes into the investment made into my campaign for polling and TV ads and literature by the National Republican Congressional Committee. The investment was made to win a race. I won that race. There was no fraud there. This is a case we argued with the...
Use funds to purchase OnlyFans access. Whether or not you won does not remove the fact that that is not a prudent use of campaign resources. I bet he didn't even ask the OnlyFans boy to vote for him. I mean, if the OnlyFans guy is in your district and you get balls with your vote, then I mean, okay, maybe we'll get some wiggle room here. Okay, we'll fiddle the tax documents, but I have a hard time believing
prosecution. But they needed to inflate the numbers in order to make.
I think I was muted that whole time. Wasn't I? Look, all I'm gonna say is, oh, it wasn't? Okay, good.
It a more appealing case for them in federal court instead of just going after the mishandling of finances, which, by the way, most members of Congress currently who are still serving in both parties who ever have had issues with FEC filings, they pay fines. Nobody actually goes to prison. So it's inequitable in its nature.
Well, this is about a fine. I mean, this is about paying money back. And whether you describe them as victims or just donors to the NRCC, what the court said is that they should get their money back. Will you work to try to do that?
Well, look, I can do my best to do whatever the law requires of me. So I don't know what that is.
So that's a no. That he's not going to pay the over $300,000 back. If he says, I'll do my best to do what the law requires of me, the law, after getting commuted, doesn't require him to pay anybody anything. But if he's acknowledging that he did something wrong, that you know, there's a remorse there, that he shouldn't have done that. The question of money coming up, I don't think is ridiculous. And the idea of, oh, just do what the law requires of me. You're trying to express to people that you cared, that you was remorse, that you thought it was wrong. And if you're right, like, oh, it's 85% will just go to some faceless corporation. Okay, then what about the 15% that didn't?
I've been out of prison for 2 days. I agreed to come here to speak with you candidly and openly and not to obfuscate. If it's required of me by the law, yes. If it's not, then no. I will do whatever the law requires me to do.
You have said now a couple of times that you feel remorse and you are humbled. What will that look like in an actual terms and the way that you live your life?
You know, I learned a lot. I met a lot of interesting people. Prison is a place where it's the great equalizer, quite literally. It doesn't matter. I was incarcerated with a billionaire, and I was incarcerated with people who were homeless. And it's a great equalizer, and it's very sobering. And you hear the stories, and, you know, we're just human beings. We go through different walks of life, and we have trouble. And the reality really comes down to, how can I help rehabilitate people? How can I be a voice of helping change a system that needs desperate changing to help rehabilitation? Prison is not rehabilitating anybody. It's actually creating recidivism because it's not doing what it's supposed to do.
That's a good point. No, that's a good point from Santos. Recidivism is a major problem. Good reason why we should grab Santos, throw him straight back in there before he commits another wire fraud.
I'd love it. I told this to the president that I'd love to be involved with prison reform, and not in a partisan way, in a real human way, in a way that we affect it, that it helps society, it helps these individuals rebuild their lives, and we have a better system with less incarcerated people. America today has 250,000 federal inmates approximately, and I think it would be much nicer to look at reducing that number. And if I can be a part of helping that, I think that would be a great road to follow in the future.
When he announced your commutation, President Trump praised you for having, quote, the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. There are a lot of people who are really unhappy about your commutation because they see it as President Trump giving favorable treatment to you because you're a loyal ally of his.
You know what? I say this, and I hate that we have to go down this road. And then there's a lot of people who were upset with President Biden who pardoned his entire family before he left office in an unprecedented move. So,
okay, again, this isn't a defense. It's just a diversion.
pardon me if I'm not paying too much attention to the curl clutching of the outrage of my critics and of the people predominantly on the left who are going to go out there and try to make a big deal out of something like this. It is known that presidents have the power of the pardon and the clemency, which are plenary, and they're extended at their will. President Biden pardoned.
I'm so sorry, but I've finally come to grips with my past and I'm ready to take accountability. Dylan, I worked with Mossad in a secret operation to sabotage the battery's integrity, leading to your homelessness.
I knew
Blew it.
I knew it. That $20, while I'm thankful for, isn't enough to make up for your crimes. I knew it was suspicious. Out of all the houses to blow up and burn down, it was mine. Out of all the houses in the world, had to be mine. Could have been loners. Could have been loners. But it had to be mine. But of course it was mine. Thank you for the $20 in the burnt down house, Mossad agent. I appreciate it. Santos sucks. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to vote for him. I don't think he's won my trust.
And his son after he said he wouldn't. I didn't see outrage. I mean, some of your colleagues,
there was
to
some
their
outrage.
credit, there was some outrage because there was a lot of people literally licking their wounds because they had said, you see, he's magnanimous and he's not going to do it. He's all about the right thing. So he lied. So I'm not going to debate this, but I'm going to say, look, there's always going to be critics. People are going to like me. People are going to hate me. It doesn't matter whoever gets clemency in the future or whoever that person might be. I'm pretty confident if President Trump had pardoned Jesus Christ off the cross, he would have had critics. So that.
You just get your sentence commuted for wire fraud, theft. Just lying about like basically everything about you. And then you get out of there and your first thought is like, people ain't happy. I'm not commuted. Man, they'd be angry if Jesus got. Don't compare yourself to Jesus, George. Okay? Don't compare yourself to Jesus, please. We already have. I hear enough religious hoopla in reference to Trump and divine prophecy. I don't need to hear it about anyone else.
That's just a reality.
Even though you would be the funniest one to be sent by divine prophecy.
Reality of our country.
All right, I'm going to skip over that analogy and just ask you lastly before I let you go. Some of the critics I was talking about, as you know, and I gave you some quotes, are your fellow Republicans. Before there was a conviction, you were kicked out of Congress in a pretty big bipartisan vote. What is your message to your former colleagues now that you are out of prison and you are talking about being humble and having remorse?
Let's work for the people. I understand. I was in a chaotic ball of flame 2 years ago. I was my own worst enemy, and I'm sorry.
It's like the worst. It couldn't be a worse messenger. Like, Congress already has such a terrible reputation. So, like, him coming out and talking about, hey, work for the people, be reputable, like, be trustworthy. Like, I mean, come on, man. It's like, Oh my God. I don't know what to compare this to. Like, gosh, damn. It's like, I'm trying to think of a decent comparison. I don't know. It's like you get Bonnie and Clyde to be the local like anti-crime symbols. It just doesn't. Just not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. Like it'd be like the message he should be throwing out there is, I mean, you know, I still love New York. New York's still I still want to help New York wherever I can on a very local level. XYZ. Like if George Santos really wanted to show that he cared, he'd re-involved in politics, but on a local community review board for like environmental issues, and spend the rest of his days like painting water pipes like pretty colors from the local fauna. That would be it. It would be like little shows of dedication to community. That's what I would look for. That's what I would want. But instead, what we're going to get is George Santos podcast. I'm now hard because I've been to prison.
I'm sorry to the American people. I'm sorry to the people of the 3rd Congressional District of New York. I'm sorry to the leadership of the Republican Party who invested their time in me. My chairman in Nassau County, my former chairman in Suffolk County, my chairman in Queens County, my chairman in New York State, along with the voters. I'm sorry. I genuinely am sorry. And to my colleagues who I forced their hands, quite literally, in my own doing, I'm sorry I put you through that. And I do hope that you all continue to work and continue to deliver for the American people, because at the end of the day, this country's worth fighting. It doesn't matter if you go it from the left or from the right. Let's just try to meet in the middle, find out common ground, and let's just deliver a great America full of prosperity for everyone in this country.
It's just, let's find common ground is George Santos's send-off message for the world. Really? George Santos is coming in here after all of that chaos and he's going to deliver a fucking PBS special? Okay. Hey, let's do Schoolhouse Rock next. In a book, the reading rainbow. Okay, come on, man. Get off my screen. Get off my screen. By the way, George Santos' legal troubles are not over, though. Long Island prosecutors may bring local charges against recently commuted George Santos. Prosecutors on Long Island are not ruling out the possibility of bringing local charges against ex-Congressman George Santos, whose federal prison sentence was commuted last week by President Trump. The district attorney's office in Nassau County, which is home to part of the district Santos represented, declined to say if anything prosecutors might be investigating that could warrant state charges. However, Nassau County District Attorney Angela Donnelly issued the following statement. Since first learning of George Santos's actions, I have been at the forefront of bringing him to justice. I'm proud of the work my office has done and the conviction achieved in partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office. While the office cannot comment on ongoing investigations, suffice it to say that I remain focused on prosecuting political corruption wherever it exists, regardless of political affiliation. A spokeswoman for their office refused to comment. So I don't know if they're going to bring more charges against Santos, but this is something that's going to chase him for the rest of his life. And I don't see him being able to ever re-enter public life outside of the character that he has built for himself. A lot of cameo and podcasts is what I'm expecting. Okay. Few more stories that I want to throw at you guys that I missed because I was just gone. John Bolton, we covered his house being raided before, but we're getting more details on the case now. And look, John Bolton is getting snooped into. I think right now from this administration, in part because John Bolton released a big book that the Trump administration tried to block that revealed a lot of the Trump administration's inadequacy when it comes to the realm of foreign policy. And John Bolton, a veteran war hawk, somebody who's got sharp eyes and is able to exist in these environments, was able to pick apart those points and collected his notes and published it in a scathing manner. And this is something that Trump has never been able to get past. And so when I saw the raid on the house and them searching through this and searching through that, I was like, okay, this is Trump going out on a revenge tour. And then I saw the charges and the indictment, everything that they're throwing against John Bolton. And I still think that this is ultimately motivated by spite. This is ultimately being pushed forward by Trump's dislike of John Bolton. But in comparison to the James Comey and Letitia James cases, which I think neither of which have any merit whatsoever, and most legal experts have taken a look at them, see them clearly as political hack jobs. This right here, in John Bolton's case, he might actually be in tough shit. He might actually be in real trouble. And while the title here for Salon, the only reason I have this article up is I thought the title was funny. John Bolton is a warmonger, but he deserves a fair shake. Almost seems like an Onion article, but that is the underlying legal principle of our judicial system. Only if the Trump administration also held that out for people that they are accused of being here illegally. Either way, John Bolton, while in office, when he was serving during the Bush admin, he would take classified notes and he would email them to himself, to his, not his business account, to his personal account. Now, many of us might remember from the Hillary email scandal that that's a bit of a no-no, but he did not stop. After emailing it to his personal account, he then on a few occasions emailed a few of those things to his significant other. Now, mind you, he was making a book. It could be that in the process of making that book, he was shifting these files around and that this was not some sort of evil scheme. It could be that he just wanted to show his wife. I think the former is probably much more likely. But the real problem for Bolton and the real problem for the United States isn't just the fact that he did this and therefore broke security protocol when a lot of these documents, classified documents, need to be kept under lock and key, period. It's that the Iranians then hacked his account and then got access to that information. Ooh. Bad day at the office when you get hacked by the Iranians and then end up getting them a bunch of classified information, especially considering who it is. I mean, it's John Bolton, for God's sake. John Bolton's the one who takes classified information, emails it to himself, then gets hacked by the Iranians of all people. When it comes to John Bolton, that's kind of ironic. Then again, I feel like many of the geopolitical forces that could have acquired this, it would have been ironic. It would have been ironic if it was a lot of them, because John Bolton wants to kill a lot of them. John Bolton wants to overthrow a lot of them. John Bolton wants to crush a lot of them. So I don't know if it wouldn't. But out of all of them, Iran definitely was the one that's a little most on the nose. And Iran is the country that has tried to assassinate John Bolton. So this does seem well within their behavior. But because of this, because he not only violated protocol when it comes to sending these files to himself and then his wife, but then he was hacked by the Iranians, so you can point to clear national security problems. John Bolton is actually in a much worse legal position than both Letitia James and James Comey. And what I would say are, these are all probably politically motivated, but two of them are politically constructed, i.e. that there's nothing there. But this John Bolton case was first getting cooked up during the start of the Biden administration. Biden decided not to proceed with it. Trump thought otherwise. Now, John Bolton still has some defense, and there's two levels of defense. The first level of defense is going to be Biden decided not to pursue it. Trump decided to pursue it. That seems to be an indication of political bias here. even if the reason that the Biden administration did not pursue it was in order to protect sources. Now, that's the first thing. The second thing is going to be him pointing to the fact that Donald Trump has been pretty open and very vocal. Very vocal. When it comes to John Bolton, Letitia James, James Comey, and all of these people he wants to see a legal reckoning for. And he openly describes the legal reckoning. He indulges in it. He drools over it. It's something he dreams about. Doing to others what was done to him, at least in his framing, where he was politically persecuted for those crimes he committed. And so now he needs to go after everyone. And John Bolton, lucky for Donald, he found something. You know, the John Bolton defense seems to a lot of it be like, you know, you give me the person, I'll give you the crime, an old Soviet, you know, kind of turn of phrase. And I see what he's saying, and I do agree with it. But ultimately, for somebody to be as experienced as him, to be as delved into this realm as he is, and to see so many other people make that mistake, and then he sends it to himself, and then he sends it to his wife. I mean, John Bolton did bring it upon himself, and that's the only way I can really think about the action and the consequence. Now, of course, if this is being done for political reasons, if he's getting attention he otherwise would not have due for politics, I think that's not good. But ultimately, like, if he's being held responsible, he's being held responsible. We do need a Justice Department, though, that's led by its sense of justice and not led by being the personal legal arm of the President of the United States to fight and pick his battles and win them for him. That is not his job. And I mean, that's not the job of the DOJ. So
occurred.
Anyway, John Bolton's got a tough case.
As a future victim of the rescheduled, I just want to say I'll miss you terribly. So much, in fact, that I might just push to the front at TwitchCon and try smooch ya because our relationship is so deep.
Oh, God, I saw that. My goodness. Look, I understand, like, TwitchCon at the ball pit, that was a disaster. But I mean, so for those of you who don't know, there was a TwitchCon, and I don't want to bring too much attention. But there was a woman who's a streamer who was doing meet and greets at TwitchCon, and a person came up. I don't even know if she was meet and greets, but it doesn't matter if she do meet and greets or not. Person comes up, grabs her, then gives her a big kiss on the mouth, completely unconsensual. She does not enjoy it. The dude then stands there, turns around, walks away. Security does fucking nothing. Nothing. Somebody got it on footage. The clip of it, of course, goes mega viral. At first, according to the victim, which actually came to them and said, "Don't worry. We handled the situation." Imaru was the name of the streamer, by the way. "We handled the situation. We got this. We banned them for a week." Not we banned them. Not that they're gone from the platform. Wild that there's even a discussion about them coming back from the platform. Banned for a week. Oh, yeah, they can come back the next TwitchCon to try again. Maybe let's see if they can run through all their favorite female streamers. Hey, guys, I wonder why Twitch is a platform that female streamers feel uncomfortable on. I have no clue. I'm sure it's just the mean words online. It isn't like a physical fear of being surrounded by these fucking degenerates. We need some. I mean, this is not gonna come out good. We need a little bit of police brutality at TwitchCon. We need some, like, I don't know if they need to start hiring the Hells Angels. I don't know what Dan Clancy exactly needs to do, but he needs, like, at least one instance of one of these fucking idiots getting just bashed over the head with like a baton, with somebody saying, like, "No, that the people, we consent here," just like once or twice. Send the message around, make a clear example. Because I like we're dealing with animals here. I mean, you just walk up to a woman, you just grab you're dealing with animals here. There's only one way they're gonna understand it. That is overwhelming, immediate negative reinforcement. And I don't see how you achieve that outside of anything besides very crude methods. People need their nose bloody. I mean, I'm saying this like not super serious, but like semi-serious, like kind of serious. Like all I'm saying is this guy like should have left with a lot of bruises. That's my opinion. The dude should have left with a lot of bruises. He shouldn't have been able to get his hands on her in the first place. But the fact that he was able to walk out of the building, was not detained by security, got to chat with other streamers on the way out. And then Twitch's first inclination, their first reaction is a week-long ban? Oh my God, dude. I'm pretty sure a streamer could buy my full house address, like buy a fucking billboard, put it on there, and like if I got 12-hour ban, I would genuinely be surprised. Just even getting their attention to do their job seems difficult enough, and as it is. They fake so much. Can I trust streamers to do these days? Okay, look, I understand that like a lot of streamers, like it's a performative or whatever. Just stay with me for a second. Is it really that hard, that difficult, that outside of the realm of possibility for you to imagine a Twitch chatter having problems understanding consent? I mean, there's Twitch streamers that have problems understanding consent. So I think chatters, it's very easy for me to believe. Her bodyguard got the guy away and then appeared to go check on Imaru. You think someone else would have followed him? Maybe Twitch security or a Hell's Angel. Dude, it should be a Hell's Angels. But they don't hire good security, man. They don't hire good security, man. What is Dan Clancy doing? What is Dan Clancy doing? I couldn't think of a better way to like tell female streamers to leave. Like, it's already, like, such a hellscape for them. Dude, I mean, and you guys see what you see in public for female streamers. You could not pay me to go through the DMs of a popular female streamer. Could you imagine what it must be like to be like, oh, I wonder what people sent me today? And, like, 50% of it is just straight crotch, unsolicited. And now this is like the biggest thing. This is the only thing I know that happened to TwitchCon. This is all did other things happen at TwitchCon? Was there events? Was there like a gaming event, a panel, musical event of some sort? I have no fucking clue. All I know is that a woman got sexually assaulted and then the dude just walked out and Twitch's first reaction was a week. A week. My goodness. Where I'm sick of these soft on crime policies over at Twitch. Sick of it. Done. Okay. Oh, you know another thing we missed? We missed the No Kings protest. And, you know, it's interesting we missed it. I mean, we got to... I didn't think we even covered a lot of the lead up to it, but, I mean... It wasn't that hard to miss what Mike Johnson was saying about the No Kings protest. I mean, he was saying that the No Kings protest is going to be full of Hamas sympathizers and Antifa. And it wasn't just Mike Johnson saying it. It was a bunch of other House Republicans saying it, some senators saying it, Republican leadership, Republican mainstream media commentators, Republican alternative media commentators. They were building up the No Kings March to be essentially a hate America, like an anti-America festival. Like I imagine like the Rose of Tokyo or Lord Haw Haw, or I don't know, what was the Viet Cong version? I can't believe I forgot her name. She was on the radio too. She's probably the most famous example. But any of these like the way they were talking about it was that this was just going to be like a hate America event. That you're just going to see all of the worst of the worst. You're going to see your Hamases. You're going to see your Antifers. You're going to see a bunch of violence. You're going to see a bunch of violence directed at people who don't deserve it. Churchgoers or children, I presume, American-born, U.S. citizens. And instead, what we got was one of the largest protest events in a single day in American history, with over 7 million Americans turning out nationwide in big protests in Chicago, Washington, D.C., and cities all across the country. And there did not seem to be a single instance of violence anywhere. Her name was Hanoi Hannah. Thank you very much. That was the other propaganda. Hanoi Hannah. I should know that. I was raised by a Nam vet. We didn't see anything. We didn't see an instance of I mean, there was no shootings, there was no mass rioting, there was no stabbings, there was no beatings, there was nothing. So it went off without a hitch. And when you talk about how widespread that protest movement was and through how many cities it went through, that is something to say, considering how tense the country is, not just generally speaking, but in this moment, post Charlie Kirk's death, post these other shootings, post this type of rhetoric we're getting from not only our chief executive directly, but the other people in our politics. In this moment, it's good. Not only from the participants, but also from people reacting to it. Because of course, you could also be scared of somebody driving a truck or opening fire or something along those lines. Now, when it comes to the type of people that turned out, it's interesting because I really saw, like, demographically, it was all over the place. I saw some young people. I saw a decent amount of older people. I saw some mid-age, millennials, Gen X, but a decent amount of the older demographic. And I saw Republicans going after that, like as if it was stupid. Oh, look at all these boomers. What, you mean you're bait? You mean what keeps Fox News on every night? You mean what feeds the good children, the good little young baby-faced suits at the RNC? Grandmas come up to them and squeeze their chicks. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, it's good you like the Jesus. Those people, the core, those are the people you're going to be calling boomer. Okay. I like our boomers better. I do. Either way, I think it was a good protest day. The question is, what can Democrats do to channel that momentum, that unchanneled political outlet, and aim it somewhere? Where can they aim it? Can they aim it around the shutdown when it comes to mobilizing around supporting federal workers and pressuring the administration on health care, which is one of Democrats' most popular issues? And it would make sense that you would concentrate it on one of the more popular issues. Would you just kind of try to funnel it, as I saw many people speaking at those events, towards the midterms, which I understand the inclination, but we have a lot more momentum to build before the midterms. 2025 ain't over yet, and it's the 2026 midterms. So I still have like a lot of questions as to what Democrats' next steps are, but it went without a hitch. It was one of the largest protest days in American history. People who were there were clearly energized. And considering how many of those people were older, some of them may even have extra spending money. So maybe you can get some fundraising towards causes of importance. And I talked to the vice chair of the DNC. They told me the fundraising numbers are up. We're still behind. I don't care whatever mental math you want to use or magic numbers. Democrats are behind. But whatever they concentrated in, they should concentrate it and not just let it disperse. I didn't see any Antifa at the protest, but I did see a pair of middle-aged women with matching shirts with neon pink text that said Antifa. Oh, as an ant. Haha. Now, we need to treat these midterms like a general election for the next president. It may literally be. Well, I don't know if it may literally be, but it is very important that Democrats retake the House as soon as possible in order to retain leverage on issues like Ukraine and many other national policy issues where Congress is going to have say. And even if Trump's role for Congress right now is for them to sit back and just kind of let ride, you can use the Congress to launch investigation. You can do so much with it. So having it is leverage. I mean, hey, it was Republicans with Congress that delayed aid to Ukraine for so long for an immigration package that never came. It's amazing to me to being against fascism is bad in the USA. No, it's not bad. It's just not profitable. Yay! You can still have ethics and no money. Congratulations, everyone. My goodness. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else to cover? I don't see anything else queued up. Chat, do you have anything else you wanted to throw my way? Please do a My Culture Is Not Your Costume on a sun. Oh no, I don't want to do. Oh my god, the amount I've never cared has never been so immense. Do you guys really want me to talk about his body armor? You really think that's important? Ugh. I hate that I immediately knew what you meant by that. I hate that you saying that. I was able to make that connection so immediately in my head from seeing that. I mean, look, if he wants to call himself press, I mean, he, as a journalist, streamer, at an event like that, right? Like, I think labeling yourself as press isn't the worst way to go. I mean, like, what should you put, like, streamer on your chest, or like something like, I mean, like press, it makes sense. I don't know if he needed it to be a Kevlar vest. I think a press badge would have probably been fine. I think a press badge would have probably been fine. And actually, one of my mutuals on Twitter was actually tearing him up over it. I think that's the account I'll use to show this. One of my mutuals that I've never met in person, but I followed them, they followed me. You get the idea. Oh. Here it is. Because this post actually like low-key blew up. Will never not, and I did bookmark it. I did know someone would have asked me about it eventually. Will never not be funny to me that this dipshit's community called me a LARPer for reporting from Ukraine. Wait. When he says community, does that mean that Oz only got his fans to call him a LARPer? Well, I got the man himself. There's levels to the game, it seems. There's levels to the game of, of distaste and dislike. LARPer for reporting from Ukraine after 15 years of war correspondence under my belt. And this dog shocker. So for those of you who don't know, Hassan has been accused of shocking his dog Kaya in order to keep them in place on stream. And there's also been a bunch of other clips of like his last dog having like a cut in his neck and like his pulling the tail till their paws are off the ground of his last dog and like a bunch of clips. But let me be honest with you guys. I have no clue if any of it's true. I don't really care. I mean, that's not to say like I think I don't care if he's literally like electrocuting his dog to death. But I mean, there are so many different people across the country who use shock collars. But I mean, shock collars also are more like a last resort for an unruly dog that is never gonna like figure it out otherwise. And then like there's questions of like, okay, what do you do with a dog that nips and bites even when they shouldn't? And then you have to make the hard decision of like, okay, this is for your own good because not all dogs go to heaven. And so there's like I can think of a scenario where like a shock collar, which then after being used turns to a vibrate collar because it's unnecessary to keep it on the shock function forever. I can think of a scenario where that's like okay, but also like the story around Hassan is that they said they cut the prongs of the shock collar off and then taped it over. And I'm just listening to the story and I'm just like, I don't know, man. And so I just didn't care to look any deeper. I didn't care to look through all the threads made by Lonerbox or all these other people. I did not care to like try to splice one pixel over the other to figure out if Hassan is shocking his dog. I'm too busy to care. And that's what I said at the time. But to see this press thing, this is a little goofy, ain't it? Like he's like this is a peaceful event. It's not violent. Like I don't see the reason for him to have to wear the body armor and press badge. And I say that as somebody who hates having to wear it when I go to the front line, and that's it's necessary, both due to liability with my lawyer at Offbeat when it comes to my like personal safety, but it's hot, man. It's not even the fact that I wear heavy plates. I'm not just wearing like a little bit of like stab proof or whatever. I wear heavy plates because I want like shrapnel to bounce off that inside me. And those things are hot. They're not like fun to wear. But there are people who wear them in Lviv. There are people who wear them in Kiev, and they put them on just for the cameras. And so what Oz is, I think, trying to say is that Hassan is wearing a press badge and wearing this, not a press badge, a press Velcro patch on body armor that he doesn't need to wear in a peaceful city to give that look that, like he's on the edge. He's doing some dangerous reporting here. This guy would shit his pants and crawl into the fetal position if someone let off a firework too close to his vicinity. Yeah, that's definitely the message he's definitely the message he's trying to get across. Look, okay. I'm going to give the super generous take, and then I'm going to give my take about what I would do if I was in Hassan's position. As somebody who's been in this position before. I could see after the assassination of Charlie Kirk why someone might be a little bit more on edge when it comes to violence in big public settings, especially when you're a pretty well-known, recognizable figure like Hassan in political circles. I can understand that. Then again, if it's going to be a Charlie Kirk style attack, that body armor isn't going to do anything to help him. Like nothing. Like the type of a rifle, like the rifle in it will, if that is not, that does not look like plates to me. It will blare straight through that. The type of body armor I wear, I do not wear it under the idea that I'm going to be dealing with small arms fire. The body armor I wear, the hard plates I wear, are under the idea I'm going to deal with a lot of shrapnel and explosions. And probably, if I thought I was going to get directly shot, probably it would change up the whole gimmick. Probably cover a lot more. But so I would say, like, I can understand where it comes from, but I don't understand the method of protection if that's where it comes from. I don't understand that. So I get it.
A curd is a curd.
But I don't agree.
Would you rather eat a cat's puked up hairball or eat a crab cake? Would you rather buy an Apple phone or drag your potato across broken glass? Would you rather cut your hair off or be gay?
See, all of those things except for cutting my hair off are my favorite things. So it's a very difficult choice. Maybe cut my hair off or be gay. Or be gay. Thank you for the $10. That'll go towards gas costs tomorrow. Any and all donations on today's stream, donations at DylanBurns.tv, DylanBurns.tv, go towards war journalism. We're headed down to hear Son very shortly. As for what I feel about this, yeah, no, dude, that press thing is worthless. Like, look, let's all be realistic. Let's just put a necklace on with a press badge, okay? You can do that. You can identify yourself as press very clearly for both police officers and others in the vicinity, so they understand why you're filming. They understand why a camera's following you. But I don't see the purpose of wearing that. Also, if this was a really dangerous setting, like this was legitimately dangerous to the point where you are wearing that press vest, why are you bringing your dog? Like, I would never bring my dog somewhere where I thought I was in so much danger that I would need to put on Kevlar or metal plates or anything. Like if I feel that my life is in danger in a way that I actually have to dress up and like, hey, look, I'm in danger. I'm in threat. I'm in the zone or whatever. I'm not bringing a dog there. And I think that's the thing that really probably throws me off the most. I don't know if this is more, I mean, again, in my mind, I could see like, okay, it's a scary age. Let me put on, but I don't want to look goofy, so I won't put on the helmet. So I'll put on the vest, and I'll got like the green cargo pants here, and then I'll have the big dog to like scare off any potential attackers, maybe. Maybe it's like a 1-2 combination, hopefully trying to intimidate off the next Charlie Kirk shooter. But if there is going to be a Charlie Kirk type shooter, it ain't going to be that fluffy dog or that thin piece of fabric on his chest that's going to stop them. So I again, like, just kind of leaves me with more questions than answers. For fuck's sakes, he has said it is not even a real vest. The dog has the same vest. He said he knew the protest would be peaceful, and that's why he brought the dog for the first time to a protest. Oh. Take off the fucking vest. Fucking clowny. See, I see a vest like that. My first thought is somebody's in physical danger. I don't see people who are journalists I don't know if Hassan considers himself a journalist or just an influencer or a streamer or whatever. I just don't know why you would wear a fucking body armor vest if you're in a safe environment, unless you're just trying to, you know. The vest is for the cops to leave him alone. You could just have a press badge. That's what all the every journalist I know who works in DC that goes around photographing like Congress people all day, literally next to the people who assassins want to assassinate. They don't wear this. They just wear a press patch around it. They'll have the brand of the breast of the like CNN or whatever, press their name. That'll be it. I'm sorry that when I see body armor, my first inclination is somebody needs to protect their body. But no, if we just wear it for fashion, fine. Okay, if it's a fashion statement and I'm just out of the loop that body armor is now the next big fall style, then that's fine. You know, I'm not particularly a fashionable guy. I just wear big fat sweaters, and that's really it. That's like the entirety of my fashion sense is I like sweaters. The guy next to Hassan is an actual journalist, Keck W, so yeah. So why isn't he wearing body armor? And why isn't he, if it's the next fall fashion, why isn't the actual journalist standing next to him, who I assume is doing a report on how pretty Hassan is? Why isn't he wearing body armor? It's just goofy. I mean, like, it's not, this isn't something that even makes me resent Hassan. I just I get the feeling, you know, you want to, you know, fight the power. Fucking, I get it, you know, whatever. You know, look as spiffy as you want to. Oh, you're really fucking cool, dude. You're right. Isn't he wearing a small badge as well? I can't see a small badge. And if, again, it should just, is it really that crazy? It's like a lanyard. I'm talking like a fucking lanyard. Are lanyards like advanced alien technology? I don't think lanyards are that crazy. Like it or not, but Hassan is some kind of fashion idol. I can't say that out. I'm just gonna keep my mouth. I get in so much trouble if I said that. Never mind. Lamau said, no, we're done. We should wrap up stream. I'm obviously sleep deprived. Why I thought about saying that. Mom made him a vest for Halloween. It's really not that big of a deal. The only reason I'm talking about this is because somebody asked me to bring it up. I thought it was a funny way to bring it up. My culture is not your costume. It's whatever. Like, it's you know, honestly speaking, you know what sucks? This is the stuff I prefer Hassan doing. I like it when he does stuff like this. I like it when he goes and he interviews the firefighters, the California prisoner firefighters. Like, stuff like that to me is the most interesting Hassan content he's ever produced. Period. So like I don't want to be raining on the parade when he actually goes outside, you know? So good thing. Just lanyard next time, maybe. Dylan, you gotta say it with your whole chest. Let's farm some clips. I swear to God, my editor, Danabo, he's like a vicious businessman in comparison to me when dealing with the space. He was like, Dylan, why have you talked about like the dog shocking thing? I was like, what the why? I don't care. I don't care about the dog shocking thing. He's like, okay, can we just talk about the dog shocking thing and then like use it to like bait people and like pivot into something else? I was like, why? Why would why would I do that? I mean, I get it, you know, you get the steal a viewer too, but I just couldn't bother. I just don't care. This is the closest you're gonna get, Danabo. That segment that if we're calling that a segment, that is the closest you're gonna get. Can you use that? Is that enough, Danabo? You're not gonna make the title says Dylan says like Hassan looks dumb or stupid, right? It's gonna be balanced and fair. It's gonna be something like man who sucks dick says Hassan looks like queer invest. Is that a polite term anymore, is it? But neither is limp wrist. I can't really win. Making a new video titled Dylan uses a shock collar on his editor. You know what sucks? Making your content about hating someone is a bad path to go down. The viewers will only ever watch you for the hatred, not for your actual good journalistic content. That assumes that there's viewers that really want that much good journalistic content. And no, I don't like making content about hating people. But if people stumble in my pathway and look stupid as fuck, I mean, I'm not gonna pretend I didn't see it. He queer baits all the time. I don't know if he queer bait. Look, if somebody paints their nails or whatever, like I don't know if it's queer baiting. I mean, I know what he looks like. I'm not saying it looks bad even. You know. But I mean, I just know what he looks like. YouTube chat decided new stream time will be 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Dylan. Why 11 a.m.? Why are we going? So we're skipping morning and we're going into afternoon streaming. That's what we're doing? Okay. Well, you said it. Would you eat a crab cake or eat a ball of cat hair? I'm still not over that one. Okay, I think with that, I'm gonna end stream because I'm tired and I'm heading to the front today. So I want to make sure that I have enough time to, get ready. I have to get my camera cleaned before I head out. I have a meeting for that. I got to get Danabo the timestamps. I got to do this. I got to do that. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your week. I hope you guys, don't play in traffic. Stay safe. I'll see you guys as soon as I can. I might, record a video too while I'm down there, but where I'm going, there is no connection for streaming. I'm not streaming while I'm down there. I'm not playing around with streaming while I'm down there. The Russians down there do not give a fuck, okay? If I'm a headline, it's like a funny moment in the chat group, so I think I'm good. So I'll return to streaming. Probably I know it's Tuesday, but it'll probably be next week again. I know it sucks, but filming and doing this stuff full time is takes up a lot of time. I'll see if I can make something work in the meantime, but it'll be very difficult. Good night, everybody. If you want to support my freelance war journalism, this is my main stream of income for the work that I do. So if you donate at DylanBurns.tv, that will go, all of it will go towards freelance on the ground war journalism and paying the staff here at Dylan Burns TV. It'll go towards gasoline costs. It'll go towards fixer costs. It'll go towards editor costs. It'll go towards translator costs. It'll go towards work rent and utilities for my space out here. It'll go towards paying off this show every month. And I greatly appreciate it. You can also support me at Dylan Burns TV on Patreon. That's another place you can support me. Or you can drop your Twitch Prime connected to your Amazon Prime absolutely free in Twitch chat. Remember to join the Discord, !Discord, and chat. We have a pretty good Ukraine-Russia updates channel. You know, I'd like to see that Discord a little bit more active. That'd be cool. And you can follow me on Instagram. I'm posting pictures basically every other day now of the war in Ukraine. Dylan Burns TV, DYLANBURNS TV. Dylan Burns 1776 on Twitter, and Dylan Burns TV on Blue Sky and Instagram for official. Blue Sky and Twitter for official channel updates. You all have a good night. Good luck.